Alright, so I need to file a provisional patent, and I'm going to show you the steps that I'm going to do starting right now. I'm not going to skip anything, because this needs to get done, so this is a way to keep me on track and focusing, and also maybe help somebody and document the process for me later. So this guy, filing a provisional patent, do it in 20 minutes for $65. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put that in my notes. So I have a notes file over to the right of my screen. So let me just add that as a input. So display capture, and we're going to say that is the right. And let's find my right monitor really quick. Where are you? Okay, so I'm going to select that. And to make it a little bit easier on me, I'm going to keep it to the first, we're going to say the first, we'll try like the first, we'll just, we'll just blow that up here. And then what I'm going to do is like, whatever is on the first so many lines, I'm not going to, I want to make sure I know what's on the screen, because sometimes there can be important information that shouldn't be seen here. So I gotta be very careful, but the first thing I want to do is in my little notes file here. So I'm going to take this YouTube video I'm watching, and I'm just going to put a little shortcut here. And I'm going to call it, let's see, Cliff's College Tutorial on Patent Filing. And obviously I might not remember that phrase in a few months from now, so I'll also call it Cliff's Tutorial, or Cliff's, or I'll call it Cliff Tut, and maybe just Cliff. Do I have Cliff? Oh no, Cliff is not a shortcut, so I'll write Cliff as well, and then I'll just paste that right there. So now I have a way to get back to this video that I am watching, and you can see it here as well. Obviously that's not going to help you, so why don't I try to be a little bit nicer? And I'm going to go to tinyurl.com, so on the top of my screen here, I'm going to go to tinyurl.com. And we're just going to call this, we're going to paste that in there, and we're just going to call it Cliff's P-Tut. Cliff's P-Tut for Cliff's Patent Tut, right? Or we could just call it Cliff Tut and see if that's available. So Cliff dash Tut, like that. We'll call it Cliff Tut. See if we can get that. Alright, so it was created, so I have this URL as well, so that if you're following along, you have something to use as well. So I'm just going to say Cliff's College Tutorial, over here on my right screen again, sorry. Cliff's College Tutorial on Patent Filing Tiny URL. So I'm obviously not going to remember that phrase, but it's kind of like, it at least helps self-document what this is, and also shows me that this phrase matches that phrase. So I could also use Cliff Tut URL, or say Cliff Tut Tiny URL, and we could call this Cliff Tut YT URL for YouTube URL. We can indent this, and then right here we'll say Cliff Tut and Cliff Tut URL, and then we'll just say to pick Cliff Tut Tiny URL or Cliff Tut YT URL, right? So now we have that pretty well documented, and we can kind of like continue, and we can move on to what's next. God damn it. Let me get that. I just dropped something. Okay, so after that, let's take a look at what is actually at the Cliff Tut area. So let's go from up here on the top, and let's just put in the tiny URL that I just created, Cliff Tut, and see where does that go. Oh, that goes here. But I want also the resources. I also want the resources that he attached in this video description, which is this Dropbox URL, which is pretty long. Like, so if you're watching this video, it wouldn't be very useful to you. There's no way you're gonna type this in. I mean, you could. It'd be a fucking pain in the ass though. So I'm gonna go to tinyurl with this as well. So www.tinyurl.com, and we'll call this Cliff Files, I guess, right? So we'll just do that, and we'll call it Cliff Files. And I don't know if that's taken or not. We'll see. So make tiny URL. Okay, so we have tiny URL / Cliff Files. So let's take that. And if I use tiny URL / Cliff Files, we get to the resources. So over here on the right monitor again, I'm going to say Cliff Files. And we'll just put that right there, right? So Cliff Files. And we'll just say Cliff's Patent Presentation Resource Files. Something like that. And that goes to this video. So for YouTube video. So make sure that I know what YouTube video those resources are for. Okay, so now that we have this, let's go back to the top monitor. You can save this to Dropbox, or not save to Dropbox, sorry. Hit download, and you're going to download the zip file. So I've already downloaded that zip file, and it is in a folder here. It's in a folder for shortcut files, PDFs, YouTube, and Cliff W. I think W is in his last name. So let's take a look at what his last name is here. Let's close that. Let's not have too much stuff open. We can close this. And we'll get to that. We'll get to what I'm doing here. Cliff Weitzman. Yeah, so that is why that folder is called CW. So I'm going to also go over here. And I'm just going to write his full name in my shortcuts. So I'm going to say Cliff. And then I'll use his name as a way to search for the different shortcuts and resources that I'm recording for him. So pick CW Files, CW YT URL. And that's really all we have from him. We have his files, and we have his YouTube URL. So CW Files. And we'll take the CW files, and we'll take the link that we already made them. Now, we can use the YouTube URL for that. Or not the YouTube URL, but the tiny URL. We could keep on using that. Or we could hard code the patent application portal thing. And you know what? I'm going to take the whole thing like that. And then I'm going to, over here, I'm going to make one more option. I'm going to say CW tiny URLs, right? And then for tiny URLs, I'm going to do CW tiny URLs. And I'm going to say to pick, and we have Cliff Tut tiny URL. So over here, Cliff Tut tiny URL for the tutorial. And then there's also a tiny URL for the patents. So we'll say Cliff Patent, or no, Cliff Files tiny URL. That's a lot of F's, so I'm going to say CW So just to make it a little bit easier to type and read, I'm going to call it CW files tiny URL. And so we have CW tiny URLs, which is going to leave us with, is going to route us to Cliff tiny URL and CW files tiny URL. Cliff's stuff, we'll just say Cliff stuff over here so we know what we're talking about. Okay. CW files, the YouTube URL, so we don't have that yet. So CW YT URL, and that's this URL up here. So we're going to take that. And all this is kind of exhausting, but the idea is that, oh, sorry, because you can't see that. So the YouTube URL, the files, the tiny URLs that lead to the different resources. So right here, when I type his name, I can figure out what were the files, what were the YouTube URLs, and what were those tiny URLs to kind of help. And the tiny URLs are right here, which lead to other things. But anyway, so with that, I kind of have a way to get back to this within like a month or even years from now. I'm going to be able to get back here and remember, on this day, here's what I did, here was the stuff, right? I don't have a photographic memory, but if I tediously kind of do this, I can get back to this stuff. Now, if you don't have a whole bunch of, like, creative ideas and a whole bunch of information that's coming at you, like, all the time, you probably don't need to, like, excessively go overboard like this. But for me, I have so many things that I have coded, drawn, created, so many things that I've absorbed that I can't keep it all in my head. I always forget it. Stuff gets lost with time, and so I keep everything in this master shortcut list file, which is almost a quarter of a million lines long. That's an exaggeration. Oh wait, no, that's not an exaggeration. It's like 300,000, so that's actually an underestimate, because that would be a quarter, and I'm more like almost towards a third. So yeah, also when you ask people, a lot of people will think that 1/4 is more than 1/3 for some reason. But I kind of just made that mistake, so there must be some psychology behind that. Anyways, I'm ranting. Let's keep on going. We've recorded the resources, so let's see if what we need to keep open here. So this YouTube video, I've already kind of watched some of it. I think I'm going to watch the rest of it at 2x speed just to make sure I'm not missing anything. And then I'm going to continue looking at the resources he provided and keep on going with that. So if you've already, if you, I don't know, if you don't want to watch me watch this at 2x speed, that is totally understandable, and you can just come back when this is all the way to the end. But yeah, I think I just need to do that, so I'm gonna put this over here like that, and yes, whatever. So he's talking about all his forums, online DMV. Okay, search your stuff on Google Patents. Need title, field, description. Brief description. Detailed description. I am skipping stuff. You don't have to be as strict with the drawings with a provisional. Talking about his files on Dropbox. Telling you how to use Adobe Premiere. Talking about submitting SBA. Ignore the first two boxes. If you make that less than 150K and less than four or less patents on your Sorry, let me stop here. So if you make less than 150K and you have your name on 4 or less patents already, you qualify as a micro entity, and then you don't have to pay $5,000. You only have to pay like $500 to get your patent. So I just wanted to, he's talking very fast because I'm watching 2x speed, but I thought that was important to go over. So I'm just going to back up here and watch some more. Name of invention. Microentity stuff. Electronic signature, date. Online portal. New application, utility. Provisional. Name of invention, name. Correspondence address. So let's stop here, because he said 4 documents, and I think that was a pretty important part. So I'm going to actually put this at normal speed really quick. And I'm going to take the timestamp here. I'm going to say 6 minutes, 54 seconds. I don't know if that was quite right. And I'm just going to watch this in detail. Okay, so 4 documents, so I could actually just take 7 minutes to get the timestamp for that. Yeah, so with that 7-minute, I can just say, right here, I'm just going to say CW 4 documents. CW 4 doc quote. I'm gonna say 4 doc quote. Okay. And that was. Why is this not? Oh, it's. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember to keep what I'm working on at the top of the screen. But yeah, so I just made 4 doc quote and just the timestamp for that at 7 minutes. I'm gonna keep on going. Okay, so you're gonna need specifications. You're gonna need your drawings. You're gonna need the SB16 and SB16A, I think he said, so... I'm not gonna worry too much about what he said. I might have those form names wrong. It was like SB16 and SB16 something. Okay, I'll watch it one more time, but I have the documents and his resources, so I'm not going to worry too much if I don't get it this second time. Specifications. Drawings. SB16. SB16, okay, SB16 and SB15A. So over here, he's saying specifications, drawings, SB16 and SB15A at 7 minutes is what he's saying. So we're gonna keep on going and keep on watching this. I don't think this guy is gonna, what do you call it? What's that thing? Content strike? Yeah, I don't think he's gonna content strike me for doing this. Hopefully not. So let's keep on going. Drawings need to be black and white, only black and white drawings. And when they say black and white, they don't mean just, you know, go into Photoshop and just take out the color. Or at least for what I've noticed, like, patent drawings are pretty specific. Oh, well, if this is provisional, that probably doesn't matter. You could probably take photos or whatever and make them black and white. I'm not sure. Let's keep going. Okay, so then congratulations, whatever, you're filed. Okay, so let's close that. So this right here is the patent website, and I was like in the middle of like doing this. So let me close this and show you kind of like how I got here. And this might be different for because registered e-filers. I'm pretty sure I am because I have access to private pair. So I'm pretty sure I am a registered filer. So let's talk about the private pair thing. I forgot what private pair even stands for, but let me just explain, like, well, how do you get access to this private pair thing? So let's go over to my shortcuts here, and let's just see what happens when I say type private pair. Do I get any information on what the hell that is? So I don't get any information. And so let's so I do have some notes about private pair access. I gotta stop moving around in my shortcuts like this because I'm gonna dox myself or something. You know, something bad is gonna happen if I keep on moving around in these shortcuts. So so I don't have a private pair shortcut. So what I'm going to do is just write that down. And I know what I'm thinking of when I mean private pair. So I'm going to look on Google. Or not Google. I wish... I really like Chrome browser. Or I really like Torch browser. But I hate that you can't get it to default to Google. Like you can, but you can't. Like... I don't know. Just, let's do Google. Like, despite what you might think about Google in terms of politically, and removing the do no evil slogan, because now they support killer robots. Because let's be real, those Boston Dynamics dogs are eventually going to have, like, you know, full 360 turrets. Like, that's the reality of the situation. It's you know, those are funded by military contracts. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to say, oh, we can use this technology to help people and create people to rescue people from earthquakes and whatever. Well, you know, that's not necessarily a lie, but right, it's technology is amoral, so whatever it can be used for good, it can also be used for evil. Anyways, we're gonna search private pair. USPTO, that sounds about right. Of your... Okay, checking the filing status of your patent application. So, private pair, what the fuck does pair stand for? Private pair, securely access your pending patent application. Let's just look at PAIR. So, pair this, pair that, pair this fucking that. But what the fuck does it stand for? So we have like a whole page. So here's what we're gonna do. Patent Center. What does pair mean, USPTO? PAIR is the United States Patent and Trademark, whatever. But this doesn't really tell me what it stands for. So let's go in here. So PAIR. How about FAQs? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get on the phone and we're gonna call these motherfuckers. But we're not gonna call them motherfuckers because they're pretty nice and they're very helpful. But, you know, sometimes you get annoyed. But make sure you're nice to your customer service representatives because, you know, they're just working a job. And whatever negative thing you do to them, you have to, you know, multiply that like 100-fold, right? Because they are, you're not the only person they're working with on it every day. So we're gonna call them, and we're gonna see what pair actually stands for, because I don't know what it stands for. I would like to know. Let's see if they can figure that out. So I'm gonna go grab the phone really quick. I'll be back. Also gonna get some milk or something to drink as well. I'll be back. Alright, so I'm back. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get their number. I've called them quite a few times because I had made the mistake of I didn't get private pair access when my patent attorney was working on stuff. And something happened where I missed something in the mail, or I just did not get it. Something happened with the mail system. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because not receiving something in the mail is not an excuse to not respond to them. Yeah, that's really a thing. So just because you didn't see it in the mail doesn't legally get you out of anything. So you can't be like, oh, I didn't see it in the mail, I must have not gotten it. You're still fucked. So I have a patent where I went through all the steps, paid my patent lawyer, and or patent attorney, technically. And it was thousands of dollars, and then I just missed a $200 fee. Like it was good. It was ready to go. The patent examiner liked it and was like, we're ready to grant you a patent. Here, just send us $200. And I didn't do that. And now the patent's in abandonment, and I have to spend like $500 extra to see if I can file a petition and whatnot. And so I don't know if I'm even going to get this patent now after spending like thousands of dollars. So I'm kind of pissed off at that. But like the patent's even on Google Patents right now. So the thing is well, if the patent ends up being abandoned, well, the good news, if you want to think positively, the good news is no one can sue me for making that product now, because I already filed the patent. The patent went into abandonment, but it's still there, right? So no one can claim that idea. So there's still something done. And since I am a small inventor, the main thing I have with the patent really is just the right to do my idea, really, which kind of sucks. But right, because if you try to work on your own stuff and then somebody patents your stuff, because you didn't patent it, right? Because it's the first to file, then you could get screwed over. Now, usually the courts will side with will side with you because it's your idea and somebody else patented it, and you'll be fine. But let's say you had this idea, you kept it secret, somebody else came along again and invented it, right? And then you try to make it, right? You keep your idea hidden, somebody else discovers it, patents it, and now you can't manufacture your own idea. That could really happen. And that does happen to people. And you have to remember that if you think you're just some kind of genius and patents are your ideas, you're completely wrong. Right? There's only a finite number of ways you can combine matter, right? There's only a finite ways that you can combine lines, shapes, circles, right? There's only so many ways you can combine things. So everything that exists is not really invented, it's more discovered. So without getting too political, it's patents are kind of like a manifest destiny thing, right? You're kind of going out into the wild and trying to claim a piece of information for yourself, right? So you have physical land where people kind of go out into the wild and kind of grab land and claim it for themselves before it's all taken up, right? Because it's a finite resource. Same thing with information, right? If you have 4 bits, there's only so many ways you can combine 4 bits with ones and zeros. So that would be what? 2, 4, 8, and 16, right? So you have the numbers 0 to 15 with 4 bits. So you could say that with 4 bits of information, there's only 16 possible inventions, right? And, with more bits, you have more possible inventions. And on a piece of paper only has so many bits of information on it, right? Like, if you had a photograph of a drawing, and that drawing was completely black and white, high contrast, and the drawing was, let's be absurdist here. The drawing is 1 pixel. It's a 1 pixel drawing. Well, it can either be a black pixel or a white pixel. So there's only 2 possible drawings, right? And then if you have 2 by 2 pixels, right? Well, that's 2 times 2. That's 4 pixels, right? And they can only be black or white. So there you get your 16 different drawings again, right? Because there's 16 bits there, right? And as the paper gets bigger and bigger, there's more possible things you can have on it, right? But now you have to think there's a finite space where everything that you could possibly invent is probably going to be on like a 8.5 by 11 legal sheet of paper. I mean, that number is astronomical, but it still doesn't disprove the fact that it's a finite thing. Anyways, I'm ranting. So let's figure out this private pair thing and figure out how that starts. And actually, while I'm on hold, I could be ranting. So we're just going to say... what is that IAC number? FIAC. So IAC number. Oh yeah, I remember why I ranted. So I was going to use patent panic txt like that, and that comes up with this big file of stuff, of notes, but now I realize I have my address and stuff in here, so maybe I shouldn't do that. But yeah, I've been keeping a big file of every time I call these people, I keep notes of, what our call was about, because I'm really paranoid that I might lose the patent that I've been working on. But yeah, let's give him a call. And so to get an actual human on the phone, I find that it helps to just type 6, 6, and 6. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. Now, one of the problems with this phone system that the post office has is the numbers that you press aren't going to be... Okay, so the numbers you press are not read until the pre-recorded message is done talking. So even if you know what numbers you're looking for, the computer kind of ignores what numbers you're going to press until they stop talking. So even though I say you can just say 6, 6, and 6, and then just get somebody on the line right away, you still have to wait for the recorded message. So anyways, I'm just going to press a 6, and then we can talk a little bit more. Okay, pre-recorded information. So I'm just going to talk a little bit more. We're going to press 6, and eventually we're going to get somebody on the line. And we're just going to ask about, I'm on pair FAQs, and, one thing I'm looking for is, what does pair even stand for, Okay, let's press 6 again, because I heard them say press 4. Okay, let's press 6 again. Okay, so now... Okay, so now I think we're good, because I hear...
Facilitate customer assistance. Furnishing this information is strictly voluntary. More information is available at www.uspto.gov/goprivacy. To ensure quality services, call has been transferred to the USPTO contact center. Sorry, all customer service representatives are busy assisting other customers. Please hold for the next available customer service. Thank you for calling.
Okay, yeah, hold on, let me just pull that up for you. Okay. Where are you? Oh, I guess I just say the things I know right off the top of my head. Last name is Madison, Madison. John, John. Phone number, hold on, let me get this up. I'm just trying to get the landline number. Okay, so it's 734-757-8213. And then email is heavymetalcookies@gmail.com. I was just wondering, I'm on pair FAQs, and I don't know. I know this is going to be kind of a stupid question, but I don't know what pair actually stands for. Like, I see, what pair does. Okay, so so hold on, I'm gonna write that down really quick. So that was patent application information retrieval. Patent application information retrieval. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. All right, thank you. Okay, so we have it. Patent application information retrieval. And I'm going to guess that saying my phone number like that online was probably a bad thing. Hopefully I don't get my identity stolen. But I guess maybe if you want to file some patents in my name, I guess, maybe I shouldn't complain. I don't know. So, let's write that down. I tried to type that. I really did. Let's see what I have typed down here. Yeah, patent application information. I'm going to guess that I was not on home row there. So, let's just go into my shortcut list and say pair. So, I'm going to say pick pair stands for. Okay. And then over here, we're going to write pair stands for, and pair stands for. So pair stands for patent application information retrieval. And so I verified this by phone. I actually called these people, and I called them to find out. So called. So I found them to find this out. Now, the other thing I might want to say is, well, did I really need to call them? Is the information even here? Maybe it is, so let's try that. So let's go Control F, retrieval. Nope, we can't find retrieval. How about, can we find information? Okay, we can find information. So we can find the word information, but we can't find it used as the explanation of the acronym. How about retrieval? Nope, we can't find retrieval. So we can't really find that information by just typing it. Now, one other thing I want to try is, what if we search for patent application information retrieval? So we're going to just type out what the acronym stands for and see if we can find anything on the web. And we do get a link. So maybe this link shows us what pair is for. So we get the page that I was initially on, but I don't see... I mean, there's a lot of text here, so maybe I'm missing something. So let's work with the word retrieval. Patent application information retrieval. Okay, so it's right here. So I totally missed it. Because I was looking for the word stands for when I was kind of trying to quickly search. So patent application information retrieval pair system provides USPTO customers a safe, simple, and secure way to retrieve and download information regarding patent application status. There are two pair applications: public pair and private pair. Public pair provides access to issued patents and published applications. Private pair provides secure, real-time access to pending application status and history using a registered USPTO.gov account. In order to access private pair, you must be a registered patent attorney/agent, an independent inventor, or a person granted limited recognition, have a customer number, have a registered USPTO.gov account, or be a sponsored practitioner support user. So to get access to private pair, it's kind of it is a hassle, and I would recommend just calling their helpline. So this number right here would probably work fine as well. And there is like a PDF file you have to fill out, and you basically have to give them your address and phone number and name, and then they give you basically a serial number called a customer number, which is associated with your address and stuff. And the reason for that is if you want to have stuff in a database, the different ways you can spell a name and the different ways you can spell an address can really muck with database records. And what I mean by that is, let's go over to my screen over here. I know I'm ranting a little bit, but this is my own documentation. So, if it's not helpful, well, it's the first and foremost, this needs to be helpful for me. So let's say in your database you have, let's take my name, for example, John Mark Isaac Madison, right? And it's in the database like that. But then at the this is my actual legal name. But then let's say you're at the DMV, and in the database at the DMV, you are, for some fucking reason, this with a dash. Or maybe like that. I don't even know how they do it. It could be like this, or maybe it's like this. I don't know. But the point is, they put a dash in there. Or actually, I don't even know if it's there. I think it might be here. I think they might have done this. I don't know what the fuck they did, but there's a dash somewhere, right? So they put like a hyphen in it, right? Probably because in their database, there's probably only a first name field, a second name, and a third name, right? So since I have, 4 names, I don't fit into their database fields, right? Because they probably have like 3 database columns for first name, middle name, and last name, or middle initial. So I don't even know why databases are designed that way, because really what you should have in a database, personally, I think, is just database record and just have name. And then you could do parsing on the entire name. But that could make queries a little bit harder because then you have to do some weird special parsing. And that probably doesn't work very well in SQL. So that's probably why there's different fields. I think there should just be one name field, and that the technology should just support having a single name field and then being able to parse it on the fly. But anyways, the point is, see how my name can be kind of spelled different ways and how that can create problems finding stuff. So same thing with the address. So I live at Creekview Court. Great, so now I'm doxing myself, so I better not get too political or else my house will be burned down. Creekview Court, but let's say maybe somebody else types it Creekview Court like that. Maybe somebody else types it Creekview Court like that. Somebody else, well, with the E, like that. Somebody else might type it Creekview with a capital V Court. Somebody else might say Creekview Court. And you might say, well, who the hell would do this with a capital V? And I'll tell you who would do that. I would do that because I'm a programmer, and camel case just makes a whole bunch of fucking sense. So, in order to stop problems like that from happening with the computer, you just fill out a form with your name and address and whatever, and they give you some, fucking number like this. And instead of having, address and a name and stuff associated with all your records, they just associate this one customer number. And so that's kind of like it's almost like your patent office social security number in a way. So whatever that number is, I probably shouldn't show it to you. Now, should I? Okay, so with that, and now that we know what private pair stands for, let's go back to my top monitor and get back to what I was trying to do here. We can close this, and before I get into this, I actually do want to read kind of more of what is on my left monitor here. So they're saying that there's this patent application portal, which is what I was going to do, and they have some instructions here about entering your name. How to skip things on the next tab is 4 things to upload: written specifications, drawings, the SB16, SB15A. So specifications, drawings, SB16, SB15A. I know the advertisement was, do this in 20 minutes, and it's been 40 minutes so far, but that's why I'm trying to record this, because I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't want to do this today. This is going to take forever. And so we're going to see, in reality, if I record it and I'm really thorough about what I'm doing, how long does something that needs to be done, which is this, how long is that going to take, right? So in the end, by recording this, I have something to show for my efforts, and also I can start to get an accurate idea of how long do things like this take that seem to be oh, maybe they should be more trivial. Maybe it takes shorter time than you think it should. Maybe it takes a longer time than you think it should. Let's try to start measuring how long things take so that we can get an accurate idea rather than a more emotional idea of how long it should take, right? Let's have accurate ideas rather than emotional ideas. Okay, upload your written specifications through choose file button, drop down. Okay, make sure that it's a PDF, that you have 1-inch margins all around, and that you are using a standard font like New Times Roman, and that the document has embedded fonts. So that sucks, because I hate New Times Roman. But I'm guessing that there could be automated systems that are going to read this, maybe. You know what, fuck it. I'm going to use a programmer font, and we're just going to see what happens, because I like Andale Mono, Monaco, and Anonymous Pro. Those are my three favorite fonts. I think my current favorite is, if I look at my settings, Andale Mono is the current winner, and I'll show you why really quick. So, if I type a L, I know this is an L, and if I type an I know that's an I, and if I type a 1, I know that's a 1. And the very important thing is that between the L and the 1, yes, they're obviously different, but not only are they different, but they're different in isolation. So this I know is an L without needing to see the one. So there's a 1, and not only with the L, but the L I can also tell it is a lowercase because it has this little tip on the top right there like that. And now if we look at something like Anonymous Pro or something else, so let's do the I and L, or the 1 and L. So if we go to Style Configurator and we look at the, instead of Andale Mono, let's look at Anonymous Pro really quick. So with Anonymous Pro, it looks like 2 1s. This L, as far as I'm concerned, that shape to me is just another 1 with a different style. And this is a 1. So they both look like 1s to me. Now, in the font, when they're right next to each other, yes, you can tell the difference, right? If I had the choice between this and that, then I'd be like, oh, of course, this is the 1 and this is something else. It's probably an L. But now if you have a variable, and there's just this character, and there's no 1 in the variable name, now you have no fucking clue what that is. So let's look at my other favorite font. So Settings, Style Configurer. So Anonymous Pro, Andale Mono, and Monaco was my other one. And you know the thing that sucks? All these fonts, I believe, are not free. All of them cost money. So Monaco. So there is Monaco. Oh, so Monaco is pretty good as well. So, Monaco and Anonymous were the ones. So let me put a 0 in here really quick. So 0, Settings, Style Configurator, Anonymous Pro, and then Monaco. It's probably Monaco. It's named after like some place, I don't know, probably some place near Spain or something like that. In Spain, I don't know my geography. Monaco. So if we look at Monaco, okay, so Monaco, whatever it is, I also like that font as well. So Monaco and Anonymous Pro. Those are good. Wait, not Anonymous Pro, because that doesn't look right. God damn it. It was Andale Mono, right? Okay, Andale Mono. Okay, so there's 2 fonts that I like. So it looks like I was using Mono. I don't know which one I was using. But right, I have those 3 fonts, and you know, I use them so much that I don't really differentiate them. But I just know that one of them has L's that I don't like, and there's another one that has L's I like. So. Also, you know, knowing the difference between your zeros. Yeah, so let's keep on going over here. So, blah, blah, blah. Instructions, calculate fees. The fee should only be $65. I believe that fee is more now. And you'll see, like, the files you uploaded. Click the submit button at the bottom of the page. Okay, so there's all this stuff. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try to, like, go to the actual forms on the website and just see, well, what do we got to do here? So the first thing I would do is I have a shortcut. So let's start with a new tab and just show you, like, my process for how I'm going to do this. So I'm going to open up a Torch browser. And I'm just going to do USPTO login, right? So my.uspto.gov/signin. So I got to use my address. So I mean, you already saw that, but let's try to pretend that I'm actually trying to be secure here. So we're gonna do my email. We're gonna hit continue, and then password. Okay, so not only do you have to do a password, but you also have to fill out this I'm not a robot thing. And then you have to hit sign in. And here's the thing that really sucks with this. They're not this site is not well designed. So sign in. the system is temporarily unable to process your request, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, the sign-in button didn't work the first time I clicked it, then I click it again, and I get this. And so you might be wondering, well, what's going on? Because I filled out my password, and I know my password is correct. And when I hit sign-in, just nothing happens, right? It doesn't take me anywhere. And then when I hit sign-in the second time, it does this. And the answer to that is, I'm already signed in. I signed in earlier, and I did not log out. And so... so you're thinking that, you made some type of mistake, and it turns out, nope, you didn't make a mistake, you just, it's just not very well programmed, right? So, before we begin, starting with this top monitor, I'm gonna crop it really quick. And the reason I'm gonna crop it is because crop. There is possibly, because I'm looking at that query string, and that looks like some type of like hash with I do not like that query string. That query string looks like that if I'm not careful, there could be some type of information in the query string that could compromise me in the future if I record this and put this on the internet. So I'm trying to, just do this. I'm just trying to do this tutorial where I'm actually going to file a patent that I want to file right now. Like I'm not going to show you how to and be like, oh well, if you were going to do this and if you were going to do that. I'm actually have some type of product that I'm trying to get out there to the world, and before I give it to somebody, like I have a product that I'm actually going to send to somebody as soon as possible, but before I even send it to my first customer, I want to make sure, before I even send it to my first customer, I want to make sure that I have some protection, right? And so I thought the product was kind of unique, and I could see it being its own product line, so let's try to protect that. So with that, so now we're here. We see file and application right over here. Why don't we just click that, see where it takes us? File TEAS application. I don't remember what that was, and I think that is wrong. I think that is a trademark, yeah, because it's in Trademark Finder. Patent alerts. So here's my patent that went into abandonment that I'm working on, trying to get that out of abandonment. Okay, so right here, I see it in my favorites, but favorites isn't going to help you, So let's Control F on the screen and see if we can find pair. It's in favorites. Is it anywhere else? I see 1 of 1 matches. So that kind of sucks. Let's try to Google private pair login. And I can't really find a private pair login. I can find quick start guide. But this is a lot of stuff. I just want to know where to go to log in. So, portal applications. So portal applications, public pair, private pair. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this, open link in new tab. Take this, open link in new tab. So this one is public pair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this public pair, and I'm going to go over here and just create some URLs here. So, or shortcuts, public pair URL. Oh, I already have it. So let me see if I have it with underscores though. Public pair URL. Well, of course I don't have it like that. Public pair URL. Okay, so I've already done this before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do pair URL. Do we have pair URL, though? No, we don't. Okay, so in pair URL, we're going to say that we want to pick So I have these two URLs, and let's see if I have the private pair URL. Private pair URL. Nope. What do I have? Underscore version. Private pair URL. Okay, so this I don't have. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to here. Or not to there. Let's... Oh, so this is... oh, no, this is the... link for the private pair. It's telling me that I need to do some stuff. So private pair, I'm going to right click on this button and I'm going to say copy link address. And we're going to see, okay, so there we go. So it does a redirect. So, because this is, so right here for the, right here, private pair, this is the private pair URL. But if we go to my browser, and we go to where that link took us, you can see that it just says sign in. Oh, well, you can't see that query string anymore because I thought the query string might contain some type of sensitive information. So when you click on the private pair URL on the website, what you're actually going to end up with is a URL that's kind of looks like this. And then there's some big query string over here on this side. So that's not something I want to actually save for a shortcut. This is actually the shortcut I want. So take that and paste that right there. So now that we have those URLs, I actually want to create like some tiny URLs for other people. So I'm going to say pair tiny URLs, pair tiny URLs, pair, right? And then we're going to say pick, and we're going to say, so we're going to create like two tiny URLs for public and private pair. So we're going to take this private pair URL right here, copy that. I'm going to go to www.tinyurl.com. And we're just going to paste that right there. And we're going to call it, well, that's a private pair. So we're going to call it private pair. And this might already be something because, I mean, that's a pretty common thing, but maybe patent people and tiny URL isn't a common thing in a Venn diagram. So let's just try it, see if that works. Private pair. Pair with the A first. Yes, the A is first. I mix up A and I all the time. So let's just try that out. And yeah, so now we have a tiny URL for private pair. So I'm going to just take that and we'll say TURL private pair, TURL private pair. I'll take that and we'll paste it right there. So now we have a way for if somebody's following along and they want to know how the hell do you get to that URL, tinyurl.com private pair will get to that URL. And then for the public pair, TURL public pair, we're going to take the URL for public pair. So public pair was public pair URL, right? Because we already have that in our shortcuts. And we're just going to take that, and first of all, we're going to absolutely make sure that works. So I'm plugging that into the top browser right now on my top screen, and it got me somewhere, so I know that it works. So now we're going to just go to tinyurl.com again, and we're going to add that as public pair, so public-pair, public pair. I'm just making very careful that I spelled that correctly. And then we'll make a tiny URL of that as well. Okay, so now that we have that tiny URL right here, we're going to take that and we'll paste that right down there. And the other thing is, we don't need to do this HTTPS bullshit. let's keep this as short as possible because we just want something that people can, right here, we want something people can just copy off the screen. So right here and here, I took off the HTTPS prefix on these. So all you need is tinyurl.com/private pair and tinyurl.com public pair if you're like following along. Okay, so when you do the private pair, you have to do two-step authentication, and they're gonna like ask you to use your email address to confirm that you are actually the one trying to log in. So let's close this and let's do that two-factor authentication thing right now. And you can't actually see that, but over here is they're asking for two-factor authentication before they let me log into private pair. So this is kind of where the tutorial is kind of gonna end for you, unless or you might need to come back later, like come back in 2 weeks. No, seriously. So you'd have to like call the number for the inventor assistance line and ask them like what forms you need to file out to get a customer number. And then after you have your customer number, you can file another form for private pair access. And so you gotta wait for the form for the customer number to come back, and then you have to fill out another form for the private pair access, and then you have to wait for that to... So it could take you... Okay, let's be real, this could take you a month before you can get to this step where I'm doing this. And I am doing this... I'm doing this in a way where I believe I qualify as like a registered user because I have access to private pair and I have a customer number. You don't need to do that, I believe. I don't think you need to be a registered user because if we go over to my left monitor where I'm reading the instructions, they're saying that EFS Web unregistered. EFS Web unregistered. So there is this URL that they're taking us to that's kind of like going to help you do it as an unregistered user. However, since I am a registered user, I want to like kind of use this tutorial that I was looking at on YouTube as kind of like a little guidance for like where I need to go if I get stuck. So we're just going to try to wing it as a registered user and see where that takes us. So with that, I'm going to go back to... Actually, I'm going to stay on my left monitor until I log in because this is confidential. I got to get like an access pin. So I'm going to just keep that other monitor not on screen until I have the confirmation code. So I have to actually hit the... well, let's show you one more thing here. So on this top monitor, before you get the... I don't know why I always screw this up. But before you get the code to this email, you have to hit the next button. I mean, in retrospect, when you read it, it's like, yeah, of fucking course. But a lot of times I don't read things, I just scan them, and I ignore a lot of stuff. My girlfriend hates it because, like, I don't pay attention to everything she says, but it's probably just a mechanism where, you're bombarded with so much information, you gotta filter some of it out. And so maybe I filter too much out. I don't know. But anyway, so we're going to just close that top screen. I'm going to hit the next button, which you're not seeing because I got to do this off screen. So I'm going to refresh my email, and it's straight in my inbox right away. Like, there was no delay. In fact, I didn't even need to refresh. It just popped up. So I think Google probably automatically refreshes their inbox. The code will expire in 20 minutes to keep your account secure. So I'm going to take that number. I'm just going to paste it. And that did not work. Hold on. Copy. Okay, and let's see. Paste. Okay. And remember this browser, and do not ask again for 24 hours. Yes. I don't think it's going to take 24 hours to do this, but it looks like it's going to take me a long way to get all my stuff figured out. Okay, so now that we're in, I think it looks safe, so I'm just gonna go back to the top monitor. Okay, so... Okay, so now we have this little search thing, which I've used quite a while. And this is how I'm like application number. This is how I search for the this patent right here is the one that I filed, and it's actually granted to me, but I didn't pay the fee, so now it's an abandonment, and so that sucks. But I'm trying to get it out of abandonment right now. I sent a petition within the allotted time period, and they cashed my check. So now I'm just hoping that that gets granted, or I don't know if maybe there was a huge conspiracy to not mail things out to people, and no, I mean, I don't think they would do that, but like, I don't know. I mean, there's been more crazy conspiracies that were true, so whatever. So let's stop thinking conspiracy theories and actually just try to uh, use what's in our power to just keep on going and figure stuff out. So, before I go, let's look at electronic filing over here. Yeah. E-file unregistered and e-file registered. So I believe I can do e-file registered. I certify that I am the certificate holder, John Mark Isaac Madison. So I would say that I don't know if I'm registered or not, but I'm just going to take a guess that I got the button for registered filing, and they got my name right here. So I'd say I'm pretty damn sure that I am a registered filer. I'm not sure, but hey, it says that, right? But, I'm just one of those people who, I'm pretty uncertain of everything. I'm so uncertain of things like, man, like, you know, how do I say this in a way that's not going to be bad? So I would usually say this in a different way, but let me just say it in a more obtuse way. I wouldn't know if a girl was interested in me unless she, proposed and said, "Hey, you want to marry me?" And then I would be like, "Oh, I guess this person must like me." So I don't know. I feel like when you're bombarded with a lot of information all the time, you become very uncertain of everything. Like your knowledge increases, but your confidence just plummets. You just become that's how I feel a lot. So, okay, I'm pretty sure. I mean, all right, sure, maybe we're a registered file. I don't know. Let's just keep on going. Main functions, new application. Yeah, let's try that. Utility patent. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Boop, 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 boop. Provisional is what we want to do right there. All right, cool. All right. All right, let's hit continue. I'm scared. Don't kill me. All right. Yeah, let's continue. Let's see what we got. And because I'm doing it as registered user, I'm just hoping that this will like save my state since I'm a registered user, where I can come back to this if I forget something. So the title of the invention is title of invention here. So I'm just going to say title of invention here. Attorney docket number. I'm not an attorney. I don't have an attorney anymore because he accepted a job as a patent examiner, and now he can't work with me anymore, and that sucks. But good for him for getting that job, because I'm sure it pays well, and I'm sure it's probably, I'm just guessing, I don't know. I'm gonna guess it's less stressful than being a patent attorney. So let's say first name. First name, John Mark. Yep. Okay, and my middle name is Isaac. Had to think about that. And then my last name is Madison. And so please don't steal my identity. All right, so customer number or correspondence address. So I actually do have a customer number, but that part is probably too sensitive for you to know. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go over to my right monitor over here, and I'm gonna say don't show this monitor publicly. So I'm just going to make a little note not to show this text file on stream, even though you can see it right now. And then I'm going to save it as in SC files NSFW. Sure, why don't we just save it in the NSFW file? Oh, well, there might be porn in there, so let's just hide that for a second because I don't want you to know what I'm into. So double-click NSFW. Oh, wait, never mind. I named all of the files very ambiguously, so you can't really tell what those lists are. Oh, wait, they're lists? I didn't say they were lists. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's just say that this is... well, we already have a PS, so I was going to say PS for patent stuff. Hey, maybe that's what this is. I'm not going to dare click it. PS, patent stuff. Patent application stuff. Yeah, let's just call it that. Patent application stuff. Okay, so now we're going to take that. And in my little list here, I'm going to say sensitive patent application stuff text file. And then we'll just say edit file. Okay, so I'm just going to make a note not to show that on stream. And put it in NSFW. That's just... I just put it there because I figured that that would kind of, like, cue me in not to show it publicly on a stream, right? Because I'm not gonna give you my credit card number on stream, but I'm also probably not gonna show you porn on stream, right? So that's just a hackish way to make sure I don't do that. Maybe a very unprofessional way, depending on who you are. But you know what? I 100% of us got here through sexual reproduction. Don't be so prude. Okay. So, don't show this text file on stream. Okay, so now that I'm ready to not show you this, let me hide it. And, oh, maybe I should hide that. So you know what? I'm gonna hide that. We're gonna go back over to this left screen. And I'm gonna fill out some of the things that need to be filled out that I am missing. So, don't listen to my keyboard. I can't let you know what keystrokes I'm taking here. That was a joke, by the way. Unless you really can do that, then don't. So title of invention. Okay, and then okay, and I'm going to enter the title of the invention. So I'll probably, at the end of the stream, I'll tell you some of this information, like what the title of the invention is. And I'll even show you some of the drawings. But the paranoia part for some of this is, well, no one's watching this stream anyways, but let's say, you know, somebody was watching this stream and there was a random act of maliciousness and somebody just wanted to follow along and then claim the provisional before me because they were following along. That would be really hard to do and very unlikely because there's not enough people watching where it's likely that the right person who has that kind of mindset would be watching, but you know, we want to be careful. We want to be careful here, so I'm going to hit continue on the page. You can't see this yet. I will, this is the application data associated with your filing. If any of the information is incorrect, please edit the application data. So we have title of invention, first named inventor, customer number or correspondence address, filed by, and then application type provisional. We're at a attached documents tab here, and files to be submitted and category. So it says 1, choose file, no file chosen. Does your PDF file contain multiple documents? Category, view all categories. So we have application part, change request, entity status, correspondence, general. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Let's see if I can scroll down enough to where you can actually see this without me showing. Okay, yeah, so if I scroll all the way down to the bottom, I can give you a glance at what's going on here. So on the top monitor, you can see that there's files to be submitted, choose files, view all categories, application part, change request, entity status. So some of the some of this stuff does not apply at all to a provisional patent. So that's kind of confusing. So I almost feel like the category is application part. And let's go over to the left monitor and see if in these instructions, if there is the word part. So I'm not even going to look for application part. I'm just going to say part and see if, nope, the word part isn't in there. So how about application, how about category? Right, this is a category. Patent pending category, so not what I'm looking for. Micro entity is a category to save money, yep. Okay, so I don't see... So, right, because the thing is, there's a lot of stuff here. I don't want to read it all just to look for one piece of information. So I don't think that this document file is going over this part. So I'm just going to guess that the category is application part. And we have to choose files. So I know that this actually has the files that we need to upload. So what we're going to do is we're going to go upload, look for upload. I'm going to try upload, searching for upload. And, okay, so now we have the word upload, and this is kind of where we were before, because we're at the EFS web here. And on the next tab, 4 things to upload: the written specifications, the drawings, the SB16, and the SB15A. Upload your written specifications through 1, choose file button. There are a 2-level drop-down menu. We already know that we want what we want for the specification, so just ignore the first drop-down. Click to the second drop-down menu and click specification. So I don't see if there's... Oh, okay, so I see what they're talking about. So they are actually explaining up here. So after I hit application part, it looks like that this is probably where we have like specification. I bet specification right here. Okay, so now application part, specification. That's what I was missing. I was just looking for the word category because we have category and document description, but neither of those words are actually referenced in this help file here. But I do appreciate this help file. I'm not knocking that. So before we do the specification, we actually need to know, well, how do we write the specification? So let's see if that is in. So we have. I'm just gonna look at what help files here. We're in the YouTube video, so I'm looking at the YouTube video resources. So if I look at the tiny URLs that I have, tinyurl.com/clifffiles, CLIFF, all capital, -files. So if you look at the right monitor here, I'm looking at cliff files. I'm looking at this tiny URL right here, and we can take out that HTTPS while we're here. So I'm looking at this, all the files I downloaded from there, and looking at the different help files, and I see that so I'm not sure what is the specifications. So there's SB16 and SB15A. So there's the possibility that one of these SB files is like specifications, and maybe S actually stands for S specifications, but I don't know what the B would stand for. So let's take a look at that, and that's not so let's look at this. So we have title of invention, system, peeling mango fruit. So I think that this might actually be... I don't think this is specifications, right? Because, maybe this is the specification sheet. Oh, you can't even see this. So, over here, this thing is the provisional SB16. And I don't know if this qualifies as the specifications. So let's look at the other one. So, SB15A. Okay, certification of micro-entity status. Okay, also important to do. So let's look at what, I'm going to go to the internet here, and I'm going to search for, patent specifications provisional. So I don't know what the, what is the specifications thing? Is it like, do I just type up a text file? Like, what are the specifications for? Because usually, right, like, sometimes you think, oh, I'm just gonna, send, like, a text file, and I'm just gonna label it specifications, that'll be fine. No, sometimes, a lot of the times, you need, like, some very specific form. It's like, so... pricing? No, let's not. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to start using a technique called overwhelming force, which is just, absorb as much information as possible, and then just hope that you figure it out after absorbing as much information as possible. So I'm going to move some stuff around here. So I think that if I'm not careful, I could end up showing something that shouldn't be shown. So I'm going to black everything out. I'm going to move all of the sensitive stuff that could be dangerous to accidentally show on the stream. I'm going to put that on my bottom monitor. Just so that the bottom monitor is the monitor I'm using for OBS. So I'm going to keep OBS open so I can, like, see what I'm doing when I'm presenting. But then when it's something that's confidential, I'll have to cover up OBS to look at it. And so I'll kind of have this cue that I'm looking at something that I shouldn't be showing everyone. And that'll kind of help me know when I'm looking at something confidential that is exposing some information that I don't want to expose. So now that I have that sorted out, and everything that is confidential is on a one monitor rather than spread apart on multiple monitors, different monitors, different tabs, right? I don't want any surprises. So I don't think it's all cleaned up yet. Let me move to this folder. Okay, no, that folder's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's not fine. That is definitely something I want to patent. Let's close that. Okay, so all the confidential stuff is tucked away now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just read some of this, and let's also make an and agenda. So that's not supposed to be there. God damn it! What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I gotta move stuff around a bit. Okay, so now everything that's confidential is somewhere else. Finally. Okay. So that actually should be closed. That source code is something confidential. Okay. This is probably why, like, when you see a tutorial, you don't see a tutorial that goes through all of the steps. They're like, oh, and then you're going to do this, and they don't actually go through the steps because, right, to actually do this without any censorship at all, then I have to expose myself. So I'm trying to do this with as little censorship as possible so that you don't have to fill in any of the blanks. You can just see how I'm going through with this process. Okay, so over here on my right monitor now, I'm going to create an agenda here, because I'm going to lose track of what the hell I'm doing really quick. Figure out what specifications means. So this is the agenda right now. I gotta figure out what that actually means in detail. So I gotta take a quick break. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set a timer, countdown timer. And we'll just say so we're going to set it for 15 minutes. It might be less. It might be less. But I'm going to not go over this. When this timer gets to 0, I'll be back. So you can kind of like fast forward to the end. But I'm just going to set that, take a break, and I'll be back. And then we'll get to the thing on the agenda. And actually, maybe we could move that over here and kind of like there we go. So now we can see the agenda and we can see the timer. That way you know what we're up to. So if you're just tuning in, you can kind of like know where we're going to go. So I'm going to set that, start, and then just pull up this agenda right here. So specifications is what we want to do next when we get to it. So I'll be back. Okay, so it's less than 15. So, if somebody's like looking through this, trying to, like, if you're fast forwarding through this, probably wouldn't be fair to start doing more stuff before that 15 minutes ends, just because it would be impossible to seek through. Excuse me. It would be impossible to seek through if I just start right here, right? So I guess I'm gonna make some hot chocolate. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Alright, 3 minutes. Got some hot cocoa. What's on the edge? Probably a bad idea. Alright, so a piece of bonus unrelated content. So I have a light box, and it takes excellent photos, but even with a light box that has a white background and lights coming from all over, you still have to do a little bit of cleanup on those photos to get a perfect white background. And then after you do that cleanup, the photos actually look worse because you can tell they've been digitally altered. So that creates a problem where my most professional photos are actually very easy to take right now because I have this light box with this white background. But then to clean them up takes a shit ton of time, and then the photos look worse. But those are the photos I have to give to Amazon because they require a flat white background. No questions. Etsy doesn't have that requirement, which means I don't have to clean it up, and I can quickly take professional photos of product with zero cleanup. The photos just look great because they come out of the light box, but I don't have to worry about getting that background perfectly white, because now the background isn't perfectly white. We have correct shadows and whatnot, right? If you make the background perfectly white, you have to take out those shadows, and then everything looks less real. So Etsy, I think, is the easiest way to get started right away. Also, for Amazon to sell your own product, like a product you actually made, you need to have a registered trademark with the patent office, patent and trademark office. Registered trademark. And guess what? To get a registered trademark, you have to prove you've been selling it. But to sell it, you have to have a registered trademark. So there's this circular dependency here. So with Etsy, I can start selling under the name Decton, the account I have on Etsy. I can start to use Etsy, and then that will be the proof of using the trademark, and then I can get the patent office thing, and then I can sell on Amazon. So Etsy is almost a prerequisite to selling before you can sell on Amazon. Like, if you're not just rebranding some bullshit or like flipping shit and you're actually selling your own unique product that you're manufacturing, you really got to sell on Etsy before you sell on Amazon. That is from my personal experience of being fucked over and having just a lot of technical difficulty. Like, I shouldn't say fucked over. They did refund my professional account fee when I said I wasn't selling anything. But I got fucked over. I had to buy GS1 barcodes, and then I couldn't use them because I didn't have a trademark. So fuck that. $200 for GS1 barcodes. Okay, we're done. Time's up. Let's continue. Okay, so our agenda. Figure out what specifications means in terms of what you have to submit to the USPTO. So we're just going to read the top monitor here and use some overwhelming force to figure this fucking shit out. Provisional application for a patent. Provisional patent application forms. Provisional patent application allows you to file without a formal patent claim, oath, or declaration, or any informal disclosure, prior art statement. Since June 8th, 1995, the United States Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO, has offered inventors the option of filing a provisional application for patent, which was designed to provide a lower-cost first patent filing in the United States and to give U.S. applicants parity with foreign applicants under the GATT Uruguay round agreements. A provisional application for patent provisional application is a U.S. national application filed to the USPTO under 35 U.S.C. Section 111B. A provisional application is not required to have a formal patent claim or oath or declaration. Provisional applications should not include any information disclosure, prior art statements, since provisional applications are not examined. A provisional application provides the means to establish an early effective filing date in a later filed non-provisional patent application filed under 35 U.S.C. 111A. It also allows the term patent pending to be applied in connection with the description of the invention. A provisional application for a patent has a pendency lasting 12 months from the date of the provisional application is filed. The 12-month pendency period cannot be extended. Therefore, an applicant who files a provisional application must file a corresponding non-provisional application for a patent non-provisional application during the 12-month pendency period of the provisional application in order to benefit from the earlier filing of the provisional application. However, a non-provisional application that was filed more than 12 months after the filing date of the provisional application, but within 14 months after the filing date of the provisional application, may have the benefit of the provisional application restored by filing a grantable petition, including a statement that the delay in filing the non-provisional application was an unintentional and the required petition fee to restore the benefit under 37 CFR 1.78. So that's the petition fee for when you miss stuff. And if you miss stuff, that petition fee is steep. It's like it's worse than a speeding ticket. For a micro entity, it's $525. If you're not a micro entity, if you have more than 4 patents, if you have more than 4. So if you have 4, you're okay. 1, 2, 3, or 4, you're okay. You're a micro entity. Any more than that, you are a larger entity of some sort, and it ends up being like around $2,000. So it's like a $2,000 fee if you are late and you forget about it. So, you know, after you do this provisional patent thing, you put this in your fucking calendar, have like a month reminder so you're not scurrying to figure this stuff out. Actually, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have like one day a week where I just work on this, because this is going to be very hard to figure out without an attorney, so I'm really going to need to dedicate a lot of time to this. And I say that I'm going to do that, but I know I'm not, so what's going to happen, here's what's really going to happen. Here's the most likely situation. I file the provisional patent, and then I try to make money on the idea, and then maybe it starts working, and I'm like, oh, all right, it's working, right? It's working, and then I'm like, oh shit, now I got to file it, and I file something that really sucks, and it's like extra work to do, and it takes extra money because there's extra bouncing back between the me and the clerk, the patent clerk, and then maybe it gets granted, right? So that's one scenario that could realistically happen. For like, let's forget about me actually being self-disciplined and think about, okay, who am I really? What could really happen? What's more likely to happen? That's one likely scenario. The other likely scenario is it starts making money, and then I'm like, oh shit, I gotta file this thing. I try to file it, I screw it up, and then I just give up, right? I give up, and the patent goes into abandonment, and now I don't have rights to make this anymore. But what I have done with at least trying is I've made it so that other people can't patent it, right? So now it's in the public domain, right? So I'm making money on it, but it's in the public domain, but at least I can't get sued. So I still have some protection by going through the process. I've prevented myself from being sued. Okay, so let's go over the option of it doesn't make any money. Well, if it doesn't make any money, then it doesn't make any money. So the two scenarios with it doesn't make any money is it doesn't make any money and I've tried to sell a product. In that case, when the provisional expires, I won't even try to do anything, because I'm like, it doesn't make any money, why try, right? Now, if it doesn't make any money but I haven't tried, then there's still going to be this part of me that's like, okay, it's still a good idea, we should still go through the patent process, right? So there's a lot of scenarios that could play out. Or maybe there's a lot of scenarios. It doesn't make any money, but, I don't know. So there's a lot of different scenarios, and so you're like, okay, well, what's the unrealistic scenario? Well, the unrealistic scenario is that after filing this, I work on it once a week. I work on my final application once a week for 52 weeks until I have to file it, right? That's the unrealistic scenario. That's the best thing I should do. The best thing I should do is just always work on it once a week, or even like work on it a little bit every day to establish a consistent habit of like chipping away at this slowly, because I know that there's no way that I can just there's no way I can do like a crunch time and get this all done, right? because this is complex stuff. It's like you can't, if you're a farmer, you can't just, you can't do a crunch time and just grow all your stuff in one day, right? You have to plant at a certain time, you have to wait, you have to harvest at a certain time, right? There's stuff you have to do. You can't do a crunch time. I think that's from the book 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Good book, you should read it. Okay, so with that, let's just keep on reading. In accordance with 35 USC 119, Section 119E, the corresponding non-provisional application must contain or be amended to contain a specific reference to the provisional application. For non-provisional applications filed on or after September 16th, 2012, the specific reference must be included in an application datasheet. Further, a claim under 35 USC 119 for the benefit of a prior provisional application must be filed during the pendency of the non-provisional application and within 4 months of the non-provisional application filing date, or within 16 months of the provisional application filing date, whichever is later. So basically they're saying you got to have some type of link to your provisional patent in your main patent, right? You can't just have done it. You also have to have the proof. Like, they're not going to go search for that, right? You have to provide the information about, here's how you find the provisional application that I filed a year ago when you send in your final application. Once a provisional application is filed, an alternative to filing a corresponding non-provisional application is to convert the provisional application to a non-provisional application by filing a grantable petition under 37 CFR 1-53, requesting such a conversion within 12 months of the provisional application filing date. Converting a provisional application into a non-provisional application versus filing a non-provisional application claiming the benefit of the provisional application will have a negative impaction patent term. Okay, so that seems important. Let's read that again. Converting a provisional application into a non-provisional application versus filing a non-provisional application claiming the benefit of the provisional application will have a negative impact on patent term. So I think what they're saying is if your patent lasts for 20 years, but you did the non-provisional, if your patent lasts for 20 years, but you do a provisional patent thing that lasts for a year, and you convert it, then instead of getting 20 years, you're only going to get 19 years, realistically, right? The term of a patent issuing from a non-provisional application resulting from the conversion of a provisional application will be measured from the original filing date of the provisional application by filing a provisional application first and then filing a corresponding non-provisional application that references the provisional application within the 12-month provisional application pendency period. A patent term endpoint may be extended by as much as 12 months. Okay, here's the thing. If you didn't succeed in 19 years, what the hell makes you think that all of a sudden you're gonna like just explode and be super successful with your idea in 20 years, right? You think you're gonna just make it all up in one extra year? Now, if we're saying that, you have some type of exponential success and then maybe your success could double in 1 year, and so maybe you got 1 million now and then maybe 2 million next year or something. But by the time that exponential doubling actually counts for anything between 1 year and 2 years, you don't have to already be successful, right? So if you really need the difference between 19 and 20, then I think you're just a greedy motherfucker, and you need to think about your life. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think this matters. Like 19 versus 20 years, who cares? Now, if you're some Walt Disney motherfucker, right? And you're trying to maximize shareholder value. And there's that one extra year is an extra $20 million for somebody, then yeah, that's a big deal. But you know what? If you're already somebody who's super wealthy, and it's like, oh, well, I already have millions, but I'd really like that extra 20. Like, go fuck off, right? Um, Okay, so back to top. Okay, provisional application for patent filing date requirements. The provisional application must name all of the inventors in view of 1 year grace period provided by 35 USC 102B in conjunction with 35 USC 102A. A provisional application can be filed up to 12 months following the inventor's public disclosure of the invention. Such a pre-filing disclosure, although protected in the United States, may preclude patenting in foreign countries. A public disclosure, e.g., publication, public case, offering for sale for more than 1 year before the provisional application filing date, would preclude patenting in the United States. Keep in mind that the publication, use, sale, and other activity only has to be made available to the public to qualify as public disclosure. A filing date will be accorded to a provisional application only when it contains a written description of the invention complying with all requirements of 35 USC 112. Okay, so this is important. Let's say you have this idea, it's pretty cool, you start to like sell it on Amazon, right? And maybe you do it for a year and nobody has ripped off the idea yet, but you're like, oh shit, this is profitable. But you've already been selling it for a year and now you can't patent it. And oh shit, it's profitable, and then you get ripped off. And that could really happen. I've read about it. Where a lot of times when you're going to get ripped off, you're not going to be ripped off right away. You're going to get ripped off after you're profitable, right? Because nobody wants to copy you if you're not successful, right? Right? Somebody wants to counterfeit or knock off something that is already making money. So there are actually products that people have sold for like 5 years and nobody has ripped them off. But eventually, after 5 years, they've started to build up this momentum and they're making like a shit ton of money. And now they're getting ripped off because now, nobody was ripping them off when they were like on page 20 on Amazon. But, after 5 years, now they're on like page 1. And now they're making a whole bunch of money. And people can see their sales figures and people can see them on the top of the page. And now they're getting ripped off, but now it is too late to file. So, that's like really important to take into account. If you can't be relaxed with this. So don't think that you can just wait till it proves a profit potential before you try anything to file. What you got to do is you got to do the provisional, try your hardest for a year to see less than a year, right? Like maybe say 10 months. For 10 months, you gotta bust your ass, see if it has potential to actually make money by offering it for sale, right? And then you have to be honest and be like, does it have any potential? And then you can just stop there. Or if you see some type of potential, then you gotta file a patent. You can't just wait for it to have potential and then file it. By then, it's probably too late. Okay, so although the application will be accorded a filing date regardless of whether any drawings are submitted, applicants are advised to file with the application any drawings necessary for the understanding of the invention, complying with 35 USC 113. A drawing necessary to understand the invention cannot be introduced into an application after the filing date because of the prohibition against new matter. Further, 37 CFR 1.53c prohibits amendments from being filed in provisional applications which are not required to comply with the patent statute and all applicable regulations. So what I'm wondering here is, I know that a photo probably is not in the format they want for like a patent drawing, but if a photo is all you got, taking a whole bunch of detailed photos and adding it would probably be better than not adding it, right? Because you can't add new matter. So you got to think that in the end, yeah, there's all these restrictions and all these fucking rules and shit. But you got to think, in the end, the person who is deciding whether or not you have any rights is a person, not a computer. In the end, the final decision maker is a human being. So don't lose sight of that. There's all these forms and things, and it's very complicated and bureaucratic, and it feels like you're just trying to, like, submit the right pieces of information to a fucking computer system, right? and in a way, a lot of this is just submitting the right stuff to a computer system. But when it comes down to like litigation and your rights and all that, when it comes down to that, it's actually still a human matter. So I would rather have a whole bunch of photos in that application that prove beyond a shadow of doubt to anyone that I was the first inventor, even if they're not like in the technically we want it in this specification or whatever, you know, like, you know, it's like it's like if you had to like submit evidence to like a judge, and like the requirement for submitting evidence is like it must be double spaced or something, right? And you have like some irrefutable evidence that is like single spaced, and because of that the person walks free. That might not be a good example because there is actually weird things like if you don't follow the rules, you have the evidence to convict somebody, but you didn't follow the rules, so they go free. So maybe that's not the best. That is probably a horrible analogy. But you get the idea, right? That in the end, it's still going to be a human being looking at the stuff, and this is coming from a programmer. So never forget the human element of this, right? We're still trying to interface with human beings at the end of the day, just through a very convoluted interface. Okay, let's read that paragraph again because I ranted. Although the application will be accorded a filing date regardless of whether any drawings are submitted, applicants are advised to file the application, any drawings necessary for the understanding of the invention, complying with 35 USC 113, a drawing necessary to understand the invention cannot be introduced into an application after the filing date because of the prohibition against adding new matter. Further, 37 CFR 1.53c prohibits amendments from being filed in the provisional application, which are not required for complying with the patent statute and all applicable regulations. So, blah, 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 I already explained. To be complete, a provisional application must also include the filing fee set forth in CFR 1.16d and a cover sheet identifying. Okay, so this is important stuff. Cover sheet. Okay, so in my agenda over here, I'm going to say that we have the specifications agenda, but we also need this, like, cover sheet thing. And okay, so we need to identify it as a provisional application. We need to have the names of the inventors. We gotta dox the inventors. And we need a title for the invention. And we need a name and registration number of an attorney agent and docket number if applicable. So I'm going to change, instead of saying that if applicable do this, when I write code, I like to explicitly state what I don't do, right? So, like, if you do, like, if var greater than 100, and then we do some code over here, and then sometimes what I'll do is I'll do like this, like, else, and then write do nothing. And so to be very explicit like that, or maybe we do like this, if else, you know, if var less than 0, maybe this is do nothing. And this is throw an error. And maybe over here we like, so maybe like, we do some code here. In this case, we explicitly do nothing by putting a comment there, and then in an unexpected case, we do that, right? So that's a little rant, but the idea is to be as explicit as possible. And sometimes to be explicit as possible, you actually have to say what you don't do. And a lot of times, there's like that, a lot of times people don't see what wasn't done, right? Or what's that saying, like, you know, you always see someone's success, but what you don't see is all, like, the steps that they took to get there. So it's a similar analogous thing with code, where you want to explicitly state what not to do as well as what to do, right? So correspondence address and... Okay, so this is 6, correspondence address. Okay, property interest. What is a property interest, really quick? So, property interest. So it looks like property interest means that, like, if property interest law and legal definition. Property interest refers to the extent of a person's or legal entity's right in property. It deals with a percentage of ownership, time period of ownership, right of survivorship, and rights to transfer or encumber property. Some of the types of ownership interests of real property include life estate, tenants in common, joint tenants, community property. Okay, so when we say property interest, this property interest basically means that if the government holds like a fraction of, maybe they have a fraction of rights to whatever patent you're working on, like maybe you work for a government agency and you're filing the thing, but the government has a right to use your patent because you invented it while working for them or something, right? So they have some type of rights. Basically, this means if there's any government agency that has rights to your thing. So what we're going to say is, no So what we're going to do... so what we're going to do is we're also going to explicitly state that no government agency has property interest in this application. So this is the 7 criteria that we need on our cover sheet. And we also need a filing fee. So if you don't include the filing fee, nothing gets done. In fact, that's the most important thing. Filing fee. You give them their money. This is what it's really about. Give them their money. Okay, so we have these kind of like things that need to be done, and right now we're trying to figure out what specifications means, but we're just going to read through all this stuff on the webpage and kind of figure out where to go from here. Okay, a cover sheet from form PTO/SB/16 pages 1 and 2 is available. Okay, so once again, I was thinking, oh, I'll just write a text file with all this stuff and I'll be fine. No, you won't be. Because everything takes a fucking form. Patent forms. Filed on or after September 2012. So what I don't understand is, like, why do we need forms before no one's going to use these? I guess for historical reasons? I don't know. Okay, so here's patent forms. And... Ooh, statement of delay due to COVID-19 outbreak. Interesting. Fee transmittal. That looks interesting. Let's check that out. I know what. Okay, so fee transmittal looks like we're gonna need. Okay, so this looks like what I'm gonna need for the filing fee. So let's put this so fee transmittal. We're gonna take that and we're gonna put that in our notes. And then also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a tiny URL for that as well. So www.tinyurl.com. And for fee transmittal, I'm going to call it patent fee. Not available. So the other thing I want to do is I wonder if what that is. Let's see, since it already exists, let's see where it goes. Okay, so patent fee is not available. Okay, so let's we'll say pay for patent. We'll say pay for patent. Let's try that. Okay, so pay for patent works. So that is going to be our URL for paying for patent, because I think that's what we need. So let's see. In my shortcut files, we're going to say, do we have a stream folder for like... so this really... I don't want to have too many folders in my stream folder. So rubber duck is where I put things where I'm just kind of working things out for myself, and it's not really for like I do. If this helps somebody, that's going to be great, but it's really for myself. So I'm going to put it in the rubber duck, and I'm going to make a new folder called topics. And then I'll make another folder here called and then we're just gonna call it prov for provisional, because the entire word provisional, I just might spell it incorrectly. So we'll say so PPN, and PPN is PPN provisional patent. I changed my mind. We're going to call it PPA. We're going to rename this to PPA. Okay, PPA for Provisional Patent Agenda. And on my secret monitor that you can't see, I'm going to just put some of those shortcuts into my master shortcut file. So, Provisional Patent Agenda. And also, we have the tiny URL that we want to keep track of. So I'm just going to say that pay for patent. We're going to say pick PFP gov URL and PFP tiny URL. All right, so we have the full government URL, and then we have the tiny URL. So PFP gov URL PF. And for the government URL, we'll paste the whole thing, and for the tiny URL, we'll just use the tiny URL, right? PFP tiny URL. Okay, so take this I'm going to take the full URL, which you can't see right now. Or actually, I don't know what you can see right now because I put my hidden stuff on the monitor with OBS. So that way I always know when I'm looking at sensitive data because I can't see what I'm... Because I don't see the public view of what's going on anymore, so I know that I must be looking at something where they don't know what's going on. Maybe that didn't make any sense, but I don't know what you're looking at right now because I'm looking at a secret monitor of stuff. Okay, so pay for patent, and that'll take me to PFP gov URL or PFP tiny URL, and then it'll give me the respective URLs. And then we also have the provisional patent agenda. I'll also say patent. Also, if I type patent agenda later, it's going to ask me to type provisional patent agenda. Patent agenda. So sometimes you won't remember the really long shortcuts, so you need to combine usually just two words to kind of try to find what you recorded a long time ago, right? And sometimes only one word. Like if I have, oh, it was related to patents. If I have something really important related to patents, then when I type the word patent, I should have a prompt that will give me like important stuff related to patents that are in my personal records. So if I type patent agenda, I'll just say try provisional patent agenda. And that way, I don't have to remember that there's an entire shortcut called provisional patent agenda. As long as I remember the phrase patent agenda a year from now, I'll be able to find it. Okay, so patent agenda. Nice. Okay, so with that, let's type the word patent and see what happens. Because I feel like that should be a shortcut by now. If it's not, let's fix it. Okay, so patent is not a shortcut. Let's say pick patent agenda. Okay, you know what? If I type patent, if I type the patent agenda, then I really want, and I'll let you see this part. But if I type patent agenda, I want to be able to okay, so I just want to have that for my records. And we'll save this in, not in here. So I have a thing called prompts, which just gives me things, UPAT. I guess this is related to patents. I'm gonna make a note here. Okay, so I'm just going to make a note that in my prompts folder, do I have a prompts? Do I have a shortcut for that? Yeah, so I do have a, ooh, no, I didn't want to do that. Oh god, what did I do? Cancel. What the fuck was that? Hold on. Prompts folder. Okay, so that's nice that it resolves like that, but I really don't want it to resolve like that. So I'm going to change that shortcut really quick. Prompt folder. So it opens up the prompt for a certain system, but I just wanted to open up the general folder, so I changed that really quick. And let's just take this shortcut here, and I don't even know if you can see this, so maybe I should take a look. No, you can't even see. Oh yeah, you can see this. You can kind of see what I'm working on. So I'm going to just take the shortcut, and in prompts, am I already in prompts? Patent. We're going to say, don't use this folder 2020 1119. Okay, so now I got a little prompt to say don't use that folder. Then in here, this is the prompt for the patent stuff. So we're going to say, we're going to call this, we're going to go on prompts, we're going to go in UPAT, and we're going to call it patent shortcuts. We'll close that, and then we'll put that at the top of my shortcut file. So whenever I type the word patent or patents, then that prompt is going to open. And so if I that's gonna help me in the future. Okay, so now from here, let's just close these tiny URL things. And do we have the pay for patent? Is that in here? Okay, yep, pay for patent is in here. Okay, so we're good there. And so we have this list that we're building. Your session may have timed out. Continue. Okay, so my session may have timed out in the USPTO. So that's gonna suck. Okay, but yeah, so we're trying to figure out stuff. The session timed out when I was like in that going through the list of things I need to do. But yeah, so we need the filing fee, application as a provisional application, name, inventors, title of invention, correspondence address. So the cover sheet. Okay, so for some reason I think there is a cover sheet form. That's why we're here. A cover sheet form, PTO, so let's make over here a note that this is form, right? So everything is done with some type of form. So the cover sheet needs form PTO SB16, right? And then the filing fee is also another form. I don't know what the exact form name is, so I'll just do that, right? I'll just say that it's this PDF right here. Well, actually, let's not do that. We have the filing fee thing here. It's SB/17. Form PTO/SB/17 10-20. AKA. Okay, so there's some notes. Filing fee. Okay, so filing fee, I just made a note that it's this form, and then there's also a note for the form up here for the cover sheet. Okay, so now that we have that, let's take this fee transmittal, and we're going to save it. But before we save it, we're gonna block everything out because I don't know like what folder this is gonna open on. And we're not gonna hit save as, we're actually gonna hit print, and then we're gonna hit save. And then we're going to go into our stream folder where we've been kind of like making this recording. And from there, we're going to just see sb17.pdf. Actually, we're going to call it sb17.blank.pdf so that I know it's not filled out. Okay. So now that that is kind of like saved to... Did I not black out the monitor when I said I would? Well, I guess it's good it didn't open on anything confidential. Okay, so now that we have the fee transmittal form kind of tucked away, now it's like, where the hell is this SB... Oh, there's little codes, so I bet if we just go Control F and go SB16, so Control F, and we're going to do SB/16 and see what we can find here. So there's one result. Transmittals and cover sheets versus provisional patent application. This EFS web version of the SB16 is the recommended version. Okay. Okay, so I'm a little bit confused because it's like under 2 sections, and I totally understand that sometimes when you're trying to categorize things with a branching structure, that sometimes things fit under more than one category, so these might actually lead to the same thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to click this recommended one right here. We're going to open a new tab, and then we're going to search for the other thing that also is in a different category, and we're also going to open that in a new tab. And we're just going to see, do we have the same exact thing or not? And what the fucking hell? Please wait, this message is not eventually... If this message is not eventually replaced by the proper contents of the document, your PDF viewer may not be able to display this type of document. You can upgrade to the latest version of Adobe Reader or Windows, Mac, blah, blah, blah. You're fucking kidding me. This is Chrome. Well, it's not Chrome. It's not Chrome. So, are these the same URL, though? And they are the same exact URL. So now the question is, let's try opening it in Chrome really quick and see if I would be surprised if it works in Chrome, but not in, oh god, what if... I might know the answer here, and I'm not going to be happy if it is. So we're going to open it in Chrome. I don't think that it'll work either because I'm in Torch. I was using Torch browser, and they're both Chromium-based browsers. So if it doesn't work in Torch, why would it work in Chrome? So I think I might know the answer, and if this works, I'm going to be fucking pissed. Okay, I'm not going to be pissed, but I'm just going to be very disappointed. Let's open one of those explorers that you should never ever use. What do they call it? Oh yeah, Internet Explorer and Edge. Never fucking... oh yeah, so Edge... I think it's... So if I look at my control panel... Yeah, I'm going to be careful when I do this, yeah. I don't just willy-nilly open up these things. So if we go into uninstall a program... was Microsoft Edge the one that was forced on me? Yeah, I believe it right here. It's right here. And how do I know? Because look at everything else here. Uninstall, 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 uninstall. Microsoft Edge, change. Let's look at everything here. Uninstall, 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 yeah, I know I'm supposed to be working on patent stuff, but this kind of pisses me off. Uninstall. How about this one? Uninstall, uninstall, uninstall. How about this? Uninstall, yeah. Uninstall. How about this? Uninstall, yep. Uninstall, yeah. We can uninstall .NET Framework, yeah. Uninstall, yep. Uninstall. 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 Microsoft Edge, how about uninstalling that? What? Change. What the fuck? And also, like, so if you thought the browser wars were over, they're not. Uninstall. Uninstall, 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 uninstall. Yeah, I'm pissed about this, so I don't care if I'm getting off track here. Let's just take a look at this. Uninstall. Uninstall. How about this? Uninstall. 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 How about this? How about this? Right here. Uninstall. Yeah? How about this? Uninstall. How about this? Uninstall. Can uninstall my compiler? Yeah, uninstall. How about this? Uninstall. Yeah, sure. Uninstall. Yeah, how about this? How about this thing? What about this thing? Uninstall. Yeah. This thing. Uninstall. How about this other thing? Uninstall. 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 Okay, so my complete list of programs, I can uninstall everything except for this fucking piece of shit right here. Yeah, so anyways. Well, since we can't uninstall it and we want to see if we can get this to work in a different browser, let's see if, for some reason it works in some piece of shit, Edge, right? Yeah, let's see if that works. Because it's a government agency, they probably do stupid things like program websites to work in Microsoft Edge. So let's take a look and see what happens. Nope, that doesn't work either. So 1 point for USPTO, because if that had worked, I would have been kind of pissed. Okay, so this still kind of fucking sucks. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna download it. And we're gonna do, what is this farm called? We don't. This is the SB16. So, we're gonna call it SB16 dot, I think, dot, PDF. Because I really don't know. Okay. And then let's just try to open it and see if my Foxit PDF reader can get that working. So over here, let's go into my shortcut files, let's go into the prompt, and let's go into the UPAT stuff, and if we open that, we're in trouble, and that's not where I want to be anyways. We want to be not in prompts, we want to be in the stream folder, in the rubber duck folder, in the topics, patent, and in the provisional area. So let me make a note of this, that I actually have a folder for stream provisional patent folder. Patent stream patent stream folder, stream patent folder, just making some synonyms, and that's going to open that folder. So open file, paste line extended. Okay, so I just want to make a note of this folder, so if I have to come back to it in the future, I know where it is. Okay, so with this, so I have the, I have this thing that I think is the form. I don't know anymore, because the URL says provisional SB, so it doesn't have the code on it anymore. So maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. You know, if you had to place a bet on if it was or not, you would say it was. And Foxit Reader says the spell check component needs to be installed. Well, I don't fucking care. No, downloading the update requires internet connection. No, I don't care about spell check. Okay, SB16, I think. Okay, so that actually did open. So let's take a look at that in our left monitor. So SB16, we have provisional application for patent cover sheet. So we have inventor, given name, family name, city, state, title of invention. So I believe the YouTube tutorial about how to do this in 20 minutes kind of like went over this. So that person was right that if you, they are providing a benefit to consolidating all of the resources, but then after all the resources are consolidated, how do you know that you're really doing everything right? So I have to this is taking a long time because I have to, even though he's consolidated the resources, which is nice if you've already done it once, but since I haven't done it before, I still have to make sure that these are the correct forms, that I've gone through all the steps, that I'm not missing any steps. And so I kind of lose a lot of the benefits of that consolidation he's done for me, the Cliff guy, on YouTube, just because of this problem. So oh, so here's what I was talking about explicitly stating that there's no government interest. So if we go over to my right monitor, here's these like checkpoints, and I said state that there's no interest here. And it looks like I didn't even have to read this stuff because the form itself is going to tell me all that stuff I need. If applicable, yeah. Okay. Let's, okay, so here's the PTO SB15A thing they were talking about that you have to attach, and I already have that, I think. Oh no, I have a I think they included it for me. Cliff included that for me, but I don't have it in my notes. So let's try to find this 15A or B equivalent thing. So let's look at if we go to our top monitor and kind of look at what our forms are that we can find. Control F. And if I can find this again really easily, then I'm going to bookmark this. So 15A. Okay. Okay, so we'll open this for a second. Okay, so this is the microentity status thing. So what we're going to do over here is in our agenda, we got to figure out what specification means in terms of what you have to submit to the USPTO. That's the first item that we're actually still on agenda number 1, but see how everything kind of cascades. So filing fee, so we also need microentity status form. PTO/SB15A. And there's a URL for that. And also we will, let's take this and let's save this as well. So I'm going to download this. And so this is SB15A.blank.pdf. We'll put that in our notes as well. Oh, I'm at the top monitor again, so in the top monitor, we're just saving the SB15A form, certification of microentity status. Then over on the right over here, I'm gonna put the link to that, so I know where to find that. And then what I'm gonna do is in my hidden notes that you can't see, I'm going to make a note of the microentity status form. So microentity status form PDF, microentity status form PDF, and if we use that, I want it to actually open the PDF. And if we just select URL, I just want it to send me to the URL for that. So for this form, I want to take that full path to the form. So that was this form right here. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know what you can see right now. But I'm just making a note of how to open up that form in my shortcuts. And also what we're going to do is we're going to make a tiny URL. In case you're following along, we're going to make a tiny URL for it as well. So we're going to take, let me go back to the top screen. Yeah, you can't see anything. I blacked it all out. So in the top screen, what we're going to do is we're going to go to tinyurl.com. We're going to take that microentity status form. And I really wish it wouldn't autocomplete shit I'm trying to paste in here. You know, maybe somebody hasn't cleared their browser history in a while. You know, maybe that would be nice, not to fuck my shit up. So over here, we'll call it, what are we going to call this? We're going to call it, we'll call it microform. For micro status form, right? So let's try that microform. Let's see if that works. That could already be taken. Not available. So the first thing I want to do is go to tinyurl and see what that is. Because I'm fucking curious. tinyurl.com/microform. So what I don't like here is unable to find site's URL to redirect to. So I'll never know what that is. We'll call it microentity form. So let's make tinyurl and see if we can find that. Okay, so microentity form, not as short as I wanted, but you know what? That's better, right? So we'll copy microentity form. I'm going to go into my notes on the bottom screen. You can't see this, but I'm just going to paste that there. And so now I have a microentity form. And oh, by the way, now that I see that I've done that, I see that I haven't made a shortcut that's called microentity form. So microentity form might be a good shortcut. Entity form might be as well. Microform might be good. Form micro. Oh yeah. So now that we have that, we can close these tiny URL things and kind of continue on to where we were. So this form, definitely have to fill that out and whatnot. Let's close that. We're not concerned with that. Here's this forms page. I also really like this forms page. I feel like this was really helpful. We've been able to use this to find all the forms they mention as we're reading documentation. So therefore, that would be really good. So USPTO forms. So I'm making some shortcut notes of how to get to here. Okay, so with this, it is this URL. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it really quick, and I'm going to hit enter. Make sure I haven't altered anything. And for this, we're going to go to tinyurl. Also, make a note of this. tinyurl.com. And we're going to paste the patent forms, and we're going to say... are they patent forms, or are they USPTO forms? We're just going to call them patent forms. So, patent forms. So let's try that, see if we can make that URL. Not available. So I want to try that again. www.tinyurl.com/patent forms. Let's see where that takes us. www.form Form S workflow. Does not take us to patent forms. But I'm going to guess that this has some way of like helping us with patent forms or whatever. Also, maybe there was another URL. Maybe there was a sub URL that was called patent forms, but it maybe I got redirected to the root of the site. That's possible. Okay, so we can't use this. So let's call it we'll call it P forms. Can we just call it P forms? Can we make it shorter? Let's say make tiny URL. Nope. All right, let's see what Pforms is, because I'm curious. www.tinyurl.com/pforms. And hopefully we don't get porn. Can't find it. Okay, so let's try pat-fo pat4 for patforms, right? So now I'm being very terse, but I'd rather get more terse than more verbose when we're trying to make a small URL. So let's try that. Pat4 for patent forms. Nope. No luck. Okay. How about pat4? Right? PAT4 for pat4, patent forms. Nope. How about P4? Call it pat4 list for patent forms list, like that. Pat4 list. Let's try that. Okay. So, not the best, but, it's at least something that won't be too hard for people to type. Okay, so a pat4 list for the patent form, so that if you need to, if you're following along, you can do tinyurl.com/pat4-list, and you'll be able to get to what we're doing here. So, in our agenda, let's take a look at our agenda right now. Okay, the agenda. Figure out what specifications means. We're all the way at this point number 4, and we still haven't figured out that one thing. But we've uncovered more knowledge that we kind of need anyways. But it's just like, what the fuck, man? Okay, so let's go back to reading the article we started on an hour ago. We're at 3 hours, so, I mean, this is why I started recording, because if I didn't record, I would just be doing this for 3 hours and feel like I'm not accomplishing anything. The information in this brochure is general in nature and is not meant to be a substitute for advice provided by a patent practitioner. Applicants unfamiliar with the requirements of U.S. patent law and procedure should consult an attorney or agent registered in practice before the USPTO. An attorney, whatever. A list of attorneys and agents can be searched for at the USPTO website. Okay, cautions. The benefits of the provisional application cannot be claimed if the 12-month deadline for filing a non-provisional application has expired unless the benefit of the provisional application has been restored under 37 CFR 1.78. A provisional application cannot result in a U.S. patent unless one of the following two events occur within 12 months of the provisional application filing date. 1. A corresponding non-provisional application for a patent entitled to a filing date is filed that claims the benefit of the earlier provisional application unless the benefit of the provisional application was restored under 37 CFR 1.78, in which case the non-provisional application may be filed within 14 months from the provisional application filing date, or a grantable petition under 37 CFR to convert the provisional application into a non-provisional application is filed. So what I'm really curious about is, okay, let's say you file the provisional, but then you don't get an actual patent. Can someone else now patent that, or does the provisional patent put it in the public domain? So, can I patent something else someone has an old provisional patent for? Because the thing is, provisional patents aren't read, right? So how would someone know? An old provisional patent and a new provisional patent are independent of each other. Okay, an old provisional. So that's interesting. So an old provisional patent and a new provisional patent are independent of each other. So it's like So if I understand that right, I don't have to read any further. It sounds like it is a provisional patent is like a temporary block and it has to be renewed. Um, yeah, let's read this. So okay, the idea is like, okay, well, what if you file a provisional patent and then you just after 12 months you're like, fuck it, I'm not going to patent it. I still want to work on it, though. I still want to sell this. And then somebody else comes along 12 months after the provisional and is like, I'm going to patent it, right? And they patent it. Do they have legal force under the law to stop you from doing your stuff now because they have the patent? Or did that provisional put it in the public domain? That's what I kind of want to know here. So let's read this. Can I renew a provisional patent application? Because I think that might give us the answer. So I'm just going to write down a question here. So the question is, do provisional patents put things in the public domain? And let's read this and kind of see if we can figure that out. This article assumes you have a basic knowledge of what a provisional patent application is. It also abbreviates provisional patent application as simply provisional patent. And I gotta get some water because my nose is really stuffy. So I'm gonna set a timer for like 5 minutes really quick, and then we'll be back. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, got some tea. So that's the thing, like, you gotta keep track of time, because sometimes you have weird ideas of how long certain things take, because 5 minutes 5 minutes seems like forever when you're trying to like wait for something to microwave, right? But then when it's like go upstairs, boil some water, get some tea bags, put some water in there, put an ice cube in there, cool it down. All of a sudden, like 5 minutes is gone in a flash of the eye, whatever. You get the idea. Okay, so let's read this. Can I renew a provisional patent application? This article assumes you have basic knowledge of what a provisional patent application is. It also abbreviates provisional patent application as simply provisional patent. Okay. A provisional patent application cannot be... Oh, this is fucking annoying. Hold on. So we're going to hit F12 really quick. And we're going to open up our tools for, document inspector, right? And we're going to element inspector. We're going to click this header thing. This stupid sticky header. We're going to delete that. You just hit the delete key. There. Now that piece of shit's gone. You know what? While we're here, why don't we just delete some more shit that is really distracting us, right? So, this thing here, how much do we want to delete? We want to delete all that? Let's maybe not delete all that. Let's scroll down a bit, and let's see where that is. Yeah, let's just... Bam! Out of sight. Oh, that looks so much better. Let's just, here's what we're going to do. We're going to delete all of this stuff. Then we're gonna save it as a PDF. Can we do that? Let's try that. Bam! Delete. Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Hold on. So let's can we delete this piece of shit? What's this piece of shit? Let's delete it. Bam! Oh my god. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, so now let's try to save this. So we're gonna just hit the go over here. We're gonna see if we can actually no, we're gonna have to right click. We're gonna do save as. No, we don't want to do that. So we don't want to hit save as because it saves it as an HTML file, and that shit is... I usually... PDF is not my preferred format. I usually like straight text files, and I even like straight HTML files over PDF, but not when it's downloading something from the web because... right, it's... Downloading HTML files from the web is a pain in the ass. So saving web pages is just it's an ugly process. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to print, and hopefully when we're printing, did it get rid of all that other stuff? It kind of did, but what the fuck is... What is this? What is that? Hit cancel. Okay, I don't know what's up with that. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's really nice. So we got this nice little article without any of the clutter. And now that we have this nice little article without any of the clutter, do we want the background graphics? We don't even want background graphics. We just want to keep it nice and simple. And we still have these graphics. Okay, so now that we have that, we're going to just save that. And we're going to call it provisional. Yeah, so we'll just... we'll call it renew.pdf. And then we'll just say, we'll make a note of this in our shortcuts that we have, like, this thing. So, So I'm just making some notes here. So I'm going to make a record of that original URL, so if I need the source for where that was. And then in our little resources here, This one right here, I'm going to put the resource into a shortcut, so it's called renew/PDF. Okay, and then I'm going to open renew. I'm going to close this can I renew question, and I'm going to open up renew.pdf. And we're actually going to continue reading that article, but we're going to read it over in my left monitor that I usually use for reading documentation. Because right now, it's a lot cleaner. Where I can this left monitor looks like I may have cropped it previously for working on something. So we're gonna look at the filters in OBS, and we're just gonna see, can we turn off these filters? Can we just delete it? Yeah, there is like a little minus button. I'm gonna guess that just deletes the filter. Are you sure you want to remove crop/pad? Yes. And we'll close. Okay, so now we can see the full screen. So can I renew a provisional patent application? A provisional patent application cannot be renewed. Instead, you can either 1. Refile a new one, or 2. Extend it 18 additional months with a PCT patent application. For this article, we assume you do not extend the provisional patent application using a PCT, but rather take the option to refile a new provisional patent application and let the old provisional patent application expire. This has risks which are explained. A provisional patent lasts for 12 months, and to keep the filing date of the provisional patent, you must file a non-provisional patent application before the 12 months are up. If you are not ready to file a non-provisional patent application before the 12 months are up, what you can do is file a new provisional patent application. However, doing so has consequences explained in this article. When you file a new provisional patent, you will get a new filing date, and the filing date of your previous provisional patent will still expire. An old provisional patent and a new provisional patent are independent of each other. Filing a new provisional patent does not affect the old provisional patent. Let's study this important concept with an example. Let's say you filed the provisional patent application on some date, which will expire on some other date. We will call this provisional patent Provisional A. Okay? So here's this little diagram here. Your current filing date is 2/1/2010, which is the date you filed the provisional patent. To keep your date, you need to file a non-provisional patent application before the provisional patent expires on blank. If this is not done before this date, the provisional patent will expire and the date will be lost. If you decide to file a new provisional patent, that new provisional patent gets its own date. Let's say you file a new provisional patent on blank, and we'll call this new provisional patent Provisional B. Okay. So they're almost like, from what I understand, it's like this is a blocking spot, a blocker, where if I file right after here, I get it, and here's another blocker. So now if these blockers overlap, what if someone files here? Like if we have this overlapping block, can we just keep on provisionally filing these blocks? Where would somebody... Okay, let's say we keep on layering this on like this, and we have these overlapping provisionals. How could somebody, well, easy. If somebody files a non-provisional patent right in the middle of here, even though we're overlaid, right, overlapped here, if we file our final patent right after here, well, if they file here, they're not inside this blocking area. They're inside this blocking area, and this blocking area no longer applies, right? So it's not like you can just keep on, right? So you can't just keep on overlaying these provisional patents in order to keep an infinite block. So it's not like you could game the system and say never file a final patent and just keep on overlaying these provisionals. That would not work. And that's kind of a good thing, because that prevents people from gaming the system. But conversely, I think conversely is the correct word. Conversely, it means somebody has a way to slip on in there if you aren't intentionally gaming the system and you just want to file another provisional, you risk somebody kind of slipping in there from what I see from this diagram. So now I can see down here they're explaining a competitor's filing date. So they might be explaining this whole article might be explaining some basic logic that I don't need explained to me. Like, this diagram might be all I need. But let's try to read the whole thing in case there's actually some type of useful information that I have not already derived. Because you do not file a provisional patent before the expiration of Provisional A will expire on its expiration date. The fact you filed Provisional B has no impact on Provisional A. These are two independent each of each other. Again, the way to keep the date of Provisional A is to file the non-provisional patent application before Provisional A expires. If you do not, Provisional A will expire and disappear, leaving you with just Provisional B. See below. Okay. So they're kind of explaining what I just explained, but in different words. Doing the above to renew the provisional patent can have major consequences. Let's say you go over the same example again, but with a twist. You file Provisional A, then let's say you took your invention to a trade show, and someone there copies your idea and files his own patent application 2 months later, right? So here's the competitor I'm talking about, and they're in this blocking window, but this blocking window can expire, right? Because we were talking about trying to game the system and the effects of that. You can see above. Let's say you do a non-provisional on 1/31/2011 for Provisional A before it expires on... Because you filed the non-provisional patent before the provisional expired, the non-provisional gets to inherit the 2/1/2010 date of the provisional, and the 2/1/2010 date will not disappear. You get to keep this date throughout the patenting process. The patent office will continue to see that your date is before the competitors, and you are ahead in line. Okay. However, what happens if you do not file the non-provisional and instead decide to file a new provisional? Okay, so they're just using a whole bunch of words to explain something that's very easily derivable here. Right, this is what I was talking about from when I was looking at this first diagram. God, this is why I don't like reading stuff, and this is why I ignore so much stuff, because... Yeah, they're just explaining... Okay, so they're just explaining... in no uncertain terms, with many words, that, right, these blocking areas are independent of each other, right? This blocking area is only on for this time duration, and you need to right, by threading these together, overlapping, you can't just infinitely claim something without ever doing a final patent, right? You can't game the system. So, do provisional patents put things in the public domain? The answer would be no, right? Derived from this, and from what they're saying about, oh, somebody else could claim your thing if you have a provisional patent. Well, it obviously doesn't put it in the public domain, because your provisional patent can expire, or... Right, yeah, so yeah, the answer to my question, can you put, do provisional patents put things in the public domain? The answer is no. So I'm just going to make a note about that. So The answer is no. So if you think that you're just going to put something in the public domain by making a provisional patent and then just forgetting about it, that's no. But if you want to, if you were to, say, abandon a patent application, that's a different story. That actually will put in the public domain. Do provisional, I cannot spell that word, patents put things in the public domain? No. Okay, so now that we have that answer, we can close down that article. We understand what we're doing now. Well, we don't understand what we're doing, but hopefully we're getting closer and closer. So let's see, where are we? So we asked that question. So questions. Let's just put in questions. So on my right monitor, I'm going to have a question section in my agenda. Do provisional patents put things in the public domain? And the answer is no. No. And that answer is derived from this thing here. Okay, so now let's keep on looking at what we're doing. Okay, so here's my little question. Do provisional patents put things in the public domain? And the answer is no. Under agenda, we see figure out what specifications means in terms of what you have to submit to the USPTO, which we don't have any fucking clue yet. So let's close this, and oh, where are we? We are over here in the cautions area. Grantable petition under to convert provisional application into a non-provisional application. Okay, so I think at this point, oh, you can't see that. So in the top monitor, at this point where I was reading, I think I just had the question of, you know, can I just file a provisional and does that put it in the public domain? I think that's why I stopped to look that up. So let's keep on going here. Provisional applications for patent may not be filed for design inventions. Provisional applications are not examined on their merits. Provisional applications for patent cannot claim the benefit of a previously filed application, either foreign or domestic. It is recommended that the disclosure of the invention in the provisional application be as complete as possible. In order to obtain the benefit of the filing date of a provisional application, the claimed subject matter in the later filed non-provisional application must have support in the provisional application. If there are multiple inventors, each inventor must be named in the application. All inventors named in the provisional application must have made a contribution, either jointly or individually, to the inventor's disclosed application. The non-provisional application must have at least one inventor in common with the inventors named in the non-provisional application to claim benefit of the provisional application filing date. So that's interesting. At least one inventor. So you could fuck somebody over with that, right? You could get into a group of like 5 people and be like, hey guys, let's do a provisional application, right? And then they all do it. And then one person acting in bad faith could immediately after the provisional be like, oh, well, this is, you could like tell them, let's write the provisional as well as possible. So, we don't want to be lazy. And then you just take that provisional and it's written so well that it actually works as a final, right? And you could take that final and you could just take everyone else's name on it. Now you have at least one common inventor. Boom, you get a patent granted and everybody else gets fucked over and they have no rights to it. So yeah, I am looking at this. So obviously I'm thinking in a very negative, paranoid way. But the thing is that you have to think about ways to protect yourself, right? Like, all animals have defense mechanisms, right? It's not, tell evolution not to think negatively, right? Oh, why do you need those sharp claws? You're just a herbivore, So, if everyone was going to play nice, then you wouldn't even need this, right? You'd just be like, hey, big corporation, I invented this first, could you, not? right? So the whole idea of filing a patent is kind of based in negativity if you think about that. So a provisional application must be entitled to a filing date and include the basic filing fee in order for a non-provisional application to claim benefit of the provisional application. There is a surcharge for filing the basic filing fee or the cover sheet on a date later than the filing of the provisional application. Amendments are not permitted in provisional applications after filing, other than those to make the provisional application comply with applicable regulations. No information disclosure statement may be filed in a provisional application. I have no clue what they mean, information disclosure statement. So let's put that in questions. So I have a question. What I'm gonna make a tiny URL for this. So so this is like provisional patents getting started. So we'll take this and we'll call it PPGS for provisional patents getting started, and we'll just see if that works. PP-GS. How about PP-GS? How about ProvPat GS for ProvPat dash getting started, right? Okay. So that works. Let's take so I'm going to take that and put it in my shortcuts really quick. So we'll take I'm going to take this full URL. I'm going to put this into my shortcuts so that I can reference where the URL was originally from. So I'm not beholden to tiny URL if this doesn't work out, or if if they nuke my tiny URL, I still know what the original URL was. So then let's go back to my public screen. Let's go to the right screen here, and over here I just want to make sure that I know. Quote. So I just want to know where that came from. And the answer to that is, I think that is the prior art stuff. So that's what I think it is. I'm not sure if that's what it is. So I'm pretty sure that that the information disclosure is the prior art stuff. It's like saying, here's disclosure of like this other art here's these other inventions that existed prior to this thing I'm trying to patent. I think that's what they mean by information disclosure. So let's go back to the top monitor here and keep on reading. Fee. Fees are subject to change annually. See current fees. Payment by check or money order, how to file the provisional application papers, written description and drawings, filing fee and cover sheet can be filed electronically using EFS Web or filed by mail. So we're going to try to file by EFS Web. Electronically using EFS Web. The provisional application can be filed electronically only if EFS Web is used. EFS Web allows patent applications, including provisional applications, to be filed securely via Internet. Applicants prepare documents in portable document format, PDF, attach your documents, validate that the PDF documents will be compatible with USPTO internal automated information systems, submit the documents, and pay fees with real-time payment processing. When fileable EFS web forms are used, the data entered into the form is automatically loaded into USPTO information systems. Further information on EFS Web is available at uspto.gov/patents/process/file/EFS/guidance. By mail, the provisional application and filing fee can be mailed to Commissioner for Patents, P.O. Box, Alexandria, VA 22313 1450. Features: provides simplified filing with a lower initial investments with 12 months to assess the invention's commercial potential before committing to higher cost of filing and prosecuting non-provisional application for patent. Establishes official United States patent application filing date for the invention. Permits authorized use of patent pending notice for 12 months in connection with the description of the invention. Begins the Paris Convention priority year. Enables immediate commercial promotion of invention with greater security against having the invention stolen. Permits applicants to obtain USPTO certified copies. Warnings. A provisional application automatically becomes abandoned when its pendency period expires 12 months after the provisional application filing date by operation of law. Applicants must file a non-provisional application claiming benefit of the earlier provisional application filing date in the USPTO before the provisional application pendency period expires in order to preserve any benefit from the provisional application filing unless the benefit of the provisional application has been restored under 37 CFR 1.78. Beware that the applicant who publicly discloses his or her invention, e.g. publishes, uses, sells, or otherwise makes available to the public during the 12-month provisional application pendency period may lose more than the benefit of the provisional application filing date if the 12-month provisional application pendency period expires before the corresponding non-provisional application is filed. Such an application may also lose the right to ever patent the invention. But if you lose the right to ever patent the invention, no one else can patent it. So that could be a good thing for you if you're trying not to get sued. Independent inventors should fully understand that a provisional application will not mature into a granted patent without further submissions by the inventor. Some invention promotion firms misuse the provisional application process, leaving the inventor with no patent. Yeah, that sucks. So, like, this stuff is really hard to do. So, like, either pay somebody a lot of money to do it for you, or actually put in the time to figure this out. Because if you're gonna take the easy route, you're definitely gonna get fucked over. You gotta understand this. Even if you work with a patent attorney, you need to ask a lot of stuff and understand parts of the process as well. Contacts. Direct questions regarding regulations or procedures to the Office of the Deputy Commissioners for Patent Examination Policy. Telephone 571-272-8800. Fax, we don't care. Direct questions regarding legislative changes to the Office of Policy and External Affairs. Inventors Assistance Center is really useful. Provides patent information and services to the public. The IAC is staffed by former supervisory patent examiners and experienced primary examiners who answer general questions concerning patent examination policy and procedure. Send email to independentinventors@uspto.gov. See also www.uspto.gov/inventors/IAC/index.jsp. For additional copies of this brochure, or for further information, contact USPTO Contact Center, telephone 800-786-9199. Send email to usptoinfo@uspto.gov. Access to USPTO's website at www.uspto.gov. Provisional application mailing address, Commissioner for Patents, P.O. Box 1450, Alexandria. Okay, so I mean, that was helpful, and that kind of helped me kind of, like, figure out some things, but I still don't know what the fuck specifications means in terms of what you have to submit to the USPTO. This could just mean that it's a word that I don't understand, and maybe I already know everything that needs to be done, and I just don't understand this word, and I'm getting, like, stuck up on this one word. Okay, so let's go back to trying to fill out stuff. So let's go to www.my.uspto.gov, I believe. Maybe that's not the. Let's just go USPTO login. My.uspto.gov. Oh, we need an HTTPS in front of that, maybe? Okay, so it's, yeah, I guess we need my... Oh, it's not a www, it's just my.uspto.gov. Okay, so my USPTO, I have an account. Okay, so this is kind of annoying. Okay, so I'm going to go to my hidden monitor and log in here for a second. So I swear to God, I said don't forget my email, so I don't know why I'm, like, have to, like, do this over again. Okay. I'm not a robot. I'm going to hit sign in. And, that actually worked this time? Yeah, I guess that worked this time. Okay. So now, that we're logged in here, we're going to go back to, the private pair. So, private pair, and that stands for patent something, something, and something. I already... R was for retrieval, I was for information, A is probably and, P is patent, patent and information retrieval. Now that's not quite right. Let me look at my, you know, I swear to God, like, I made... PAIR stands for Patent Application... Oh, application, not and. Patent Application Information Retrieval. So, okay. Patent Application Information Retrieval. So we're going to go to private pair. And we're going to just try this over again. So, patent application, electronic filing. Let's just go under here. E-file. So we're gonna do registered e-filing. And we're going to just do this. So I don't know if there's like an existing thing. So let's see existing. Okay, so I don't see this thing in here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do new application again, even though we kind of went through some of these steps. Utility patent, provisional, and so I feel like there should be a way to kind of like save your spot, because that would really suck, because it timed out on me, man. Like, we've been streaming for 3 hours, 30 minutes, and this timed out on me, so there might be a, this might be a argument in favor of filing by mail. Might be that, well, it times out on you and you lose all of your work, right? Do not close or exit the filing portal. Once you have started the online filing process without saving or submitting your work, you will lose your work. Okay, so they say that, but they also forget that that there was no save button here, right? There was no save button on this page. So I'm gonna go put this back down on the bottom here. And I'm gonna try to just keep on going here with okay, so what were my notes here? So I got the notes of like what not to show on the stream. It's in NSFW folder. I'm gonna make a note of that in my on my right monitor here. I'm gonna make a note in this agenda here. C for private information that cannot be shared on screen. Okay, so like example. Okay, so just a note to me so that I know where to find this later, because it's not in the same folder. It's like in a different folder, and so that makes it a lot harder to notice where it is, because you open up the folder that has all this information, and then you're missing this vital key because you don't have a link to it. So, so let me go back down here and see what we got here. Okay, I'm gonna rename that, okay, so I have a name, and I'm going to close this. Okay, so I'm going to enter the title of the invention in the form, which you can't see. Attorney docket number, we're going to skip because we don't have an attorney docket number. Because we're self-filing. We're going to enter our first name, middle name, last name, and then customer number. I already have a customer number. So I'm going to select my customer number. And they already have a drop-down where you can select your customer number. If you don't have a customer number, that's a whole series of things that'll take you like a month to figure out. Because you got to do the paperwork for a customer number, and then you have to do more paperwork to get access to private pair. Actually, this isn't even in private pair. It says EFS web. So maybe not. But it could take some time to get your customer number and get access to the systems I'm using. But if we go back to... But to not discourage you, let's go back to my left monitor here. And in this document from the YouTube video I was watching, they say, you know, go here for the patent application portal, and you can do it without being a registered user. So some of what I'm doing is a little bit different because I'm doing it as a registered user, but just this document is kind of helpful. To get to this document, you're going to want to watch like a YouTube video where this guy named Cliff explains it. So let me see if I can find that URL. I already went over it, but you know, for people who are just tuning in, if anyone's actually watching this, we're going to just say Control F. I'm going to see if I already have Cliff URL in here somewhere. I don't, so I'm going to say Cliff URL, Cliff URL, Cliff URL. I believe that was one of his names. He has two names. Cliff's patent tutorial video URL. So let's see if I can find that again really quick. So I'm just going to search for YouTube in my shortcuts because it's probably the last YouTube video that I had recorded. So I actually do see it. So it's CW YouTube URL. So and do I have a tiny URL? Yeah, I called it Cliff Tut Tiny URL. So if you go to tinyurl.com/Cliff CLIFF-TUT, that'll take you to like the video URL that I'm watching. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to go back to the top of my shortcut file, which you can't see this because I'm keeping that hidden, and I'm just going to make a prompt. So use Cliff Tut tiny URL or Cliff Tut YT URL, and then I'll stamp that with a date of the time I recorded this in my notes, November 19th, 2020. Okay, so now we're going to keep on going. So over here, no, not over here, top monitor. Or was it none of the numbers? Because why the fuck is, hold on. Okay, so I'm going to keep this, I'm going to keep on filling out stuff in the private monitor on the private section of my screens. And then, okay, so I'm hitting the continue button right now. And Okay. A submission has not been filed officially at the USPTO until the e-filer executes the submit function and the documents are received at the USPTO Eastern Time. Okay, so there's no fucking way to save your work here. Okay, so let me make sure that everything's... Okay, so there's a category for application part, and then... Okay, so there is definitely a specification thing that I need to figure out. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take the... I'm going to screenshot this so I can have something to show that I know is kind of like safe. And then I'm going to put that on, I'm going to file, save as, and we're going to go save this in my notes that I'm currently taking. Okay. And then I can just open that so you can actually see something. Okay, and I'm going to put this over here. Okay, so now I'm going to unhide, I use my top, okay, so this thing right here, I have no clue what they mean by specification, right? I've been reading stuff, it's almost 4 hours, and I'm like, I still don't know how to do this first part. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look in the, okay, on the next 4 tabs, things to upload, the written specification. So let's read this little help file that was assembled for us that's supposed to let us do this in 20 minutes. And here I am, like, almost 6 hours later. Well, it's only almost 4, but just... Okay, I'm exaggerating. Let's look at the left monitor. Okay, so there is specifications here. It's right around where we stopped reading. Upload your written specifications through the one Choose File button. There are 2 level drop-downs menu. We already know that we want for the specifications, so just ignore the first drop-down. And click Specification. Click the Upload Validate button, blah, blah, blah. So make sure you're using New Times Roman and you have these margins of 1 inch. Don't use too new of a PDF reader, because then the government websites might not understand the PDF files you're using. Okay, attach the file. Now upload SB16. Okay, SB15A. Calculate fees. Okay, and they have this YouTube video. Is that the YouTube video I've been watching? Let's take this helping video that is over here, and let's see if that has, if that is like a different video than Cliff's video, or what that is, because we still have to figure out what specifications is. Because if we look over on our right monitor here, and we look at our agenda, our first agenda right now, which we still haven't figured out, and it's been a few hours, is find out what specifications means. Now, I do think that specifications means, you know, just include, like, a text file with, like, oh, here's what my thing does, but, like, how rigid do those specifications have to be? Like, where's an example of what those have to be? Does it have to come with a certain, like, PTO form, right? Because all this other shit, cover sheet, must be this very specific form that needs to be filled out, right? Filing fee, even the fucking fee needs to come with, like, a form, right? You can't just send them a check, you gotta have a fee, right? Microentity status, you can't even just say your microentity status, you also have to, like, supply a form, right? So everything takes a form. So, therefore, when I see specifications, I need some type of concrete definition of what specifications is. And I have an idea of what specification is, but I have a very amorphous idea of what that is. And I know that he did say, oh, you can just write your thing on a napkin, right? Yeah, I don't know, man. So we gotta see, like, what what's, even if there's no formal specification, what is like a good like rule of thumb for this specification, right? We can't, but you see where I'm going with this. Okay, so let's go to the top and let's just try to figure this out. So this helpful YouTube video, is it the same guy? Is it his video, or is it something else? So let's go there and let's just see what we got. Okay, so this is different. It's how to submit a provisional patent application electronically. So this is 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and, okay, it looks like it kind of goes. Okay, so I'm going to watch this in double speed because when I'm looking at this, I don't, yeah. So let's go settings, playback speed, and let's go 2 times. And submit provisional patent application electronically. So SPPAE. So let's try that with a tiny URL. So SPPAE, right? So we'll take the URL and then we'll do SPPAE like that and see if we can get that to work. Okay, submit provisional patent application. And what was the E for? Electronically. Okay, so let's take that tiny URL. And that way, like, if you're following along and you want to, like, get to that video, you can just say tinyurl.com/SPPAE, because that's the video I'm about to watch. And I want, like, if you do want to follow along, you will have that video. Submit, and I'm going to go back here. I'm just going to make some notes, so you could probably just watch this while I'm making notes, and you'll probably be ahead of me. Submit provisional patent application electronically. And then we'll say use, and we'll say SPPAE URL or SPPAE tiny URL. SPPAE tiny URL, SPPAE tiny URL. Okay, and then SPPAE URL, SPPAE URL, and then for that we'll take this entire YouTube video. And while we're at it, well, no, let's not worry about it. It's probably not going to. Usually, a lot of times, I'll also save things to my hard drive, so I have a reference that won't go away, especially with YouTube videos, because they get removed a lot. The more political, that's really how it works. The more political it is, or the more, like, it, if it's commentary, or it's, like, a cartoon, or it's some type of pop culture stuff, if it doesn't look like user-created content, or it is political, then you need to save it to your hard drive before YouTube removes it, because it's a pain in the ass to like have stuff removed by YouTube's, and then it's in my shortcuts for reference, and then when I try to go to it, it's like been removed, and then I can't find it ever again, and it's horrible. So we got the URL, and then I also want to make sure that I know what SPPAE stands for in the future. And SPPAE submit provisional patent application electronically. Okay, so now that we have that, I'm going to watch this, and I'll slow it down if I get to something that's actually of interest. So, let's go. Okay, so that's interesting. So right at the beginning, they said a completed provisional application with specification and drawings. So something about so specifications is something about is like part of the actual application. So there's all this excess work, but then the specifications is like part of it somehow. Okay, so specifications. So now I know what they mean. Specifications is the written part of your patent. So right, you have the drawings, and then you have that big chunk of text describing like your claims and all that, and like what the describing your invention. Like when you're so specifications is your patent description, right? It's the text part of your patent. That is what specifications is. So I think we've kind of figured that out. But let's I kind of derived that from like just seeing the little screenshot here, hard drive utility module, like seeing this and like, oh yeah, that's what specific. So I'm pretty sure from the context of them talking about specifications and drawings, while showing these screenshots, like I'm pretty sure that's what they mean by specifications. So let's continue. Let's watch the whole thing because there might be something else we can glean. Okay, so that was interesting. Hold on. So the signature, what the fuck was that about with the forward slashes? Okay, so at 1:14, and time equals 1 minute and 14 seconds. S sign? Did they literally say S sign? Let me slow down the speed. I have no fucking clue what they mean by S sign. But I'll put that in my shortcuts as a reference. Uh, S sign. Okay, so now that we have S sign, I have no fucking clue what that's about. Like, I get what he's saying to do, I just don't know why. Whatever. If that's the way, that's the way. Okay. Okay, so all provisional applications are utility applications. So that kind of helps to know, like, when you're thinking about what specifications means. Well, what does specifications mean in term of a normal patent, right? Um, and so if you just think of this as here's some PDFs I need to submit, and then I also have to submit a provisional patent, which is really structured like a normal patent. That might be a easier way to understand what they mean when they're throwing all this stuff at you, if you are already familiar with what you need to do for a normal patent, which I actually am because I have two patents that are already filed, and I've read both of the patents that my attorney finished for me, and it took me forever because it's so the language is just, oh god, they're so fucking hard to read. Okay, anyways, let's just keep on going. Damn, $125. Okay. Alright. So that was kind of helpful. That actually made me realize what specification is for. So, let's look at our agenda. Figure out what specifications mean. Done. One. Okay, so now that we kind of know that, let's look at cover sheet here. So this is done. Give me, okay. Okay, so we're on to number 2 here. Okay, so alright, I already downloaded that. Let's take a look at what that is. So let's go to our left monitor. And it was SB16 as the cover sheet. Okay, so this is the cover sheet. Okay, that's pretty simple. So we're going to take this SB16 and we're going to create a copy of it so that we can fill it out. And before we do that, I'm going to move this PDF reader over because I see there's other things open. And there's the possibility that some of it may be tax information, patents that I'm actually working on, just sensitive information. So I moved everything. So I closed everything. And I'm going to copy SB16. So over here, SB16, I think I'm going to go to copy and paste. And I'm going to rename this one to filled. So SB16, pretty damn sure it is actually SB16. So I'm going to say filled out. Actually, you know what? Let's create a folder called filled out. And the reason for this is I'm thinking that when they receive this, I don't know how they're going to receive it, but there's the potential that they're actually going to see these file names, and we might want to keep the file names simpler so that they kind of like so that they... So it's just easier on them. Make it easier on them, right? So while I cannot disclose what I'm trying to do a provisional patent for, what I can do is I can give myself a docket number, and I'll just keep the convention I had with my patent attorney. So it's like JMIM US. Actually, no, I don't like that. We're gonna call it sorry. I'm gonna look up what the rules for docket numbers are really quick. So what are the rules for docket numbers? Law school. Okay, so I'm looking at here. I'm just looking at trying to figure out if there's any rules for docket numbers. Okay, USPTO.gov. Docket number. Here we go. An attorney docket number is a reference text up to 25 alphanumeric characters that is used to identify a patent application. The number is not assigned by the USPTO and can be any combination of numbers and letters. Numbers and letters. So no dashes or underscores here. Customers can enter complete or partial attorney docket numbers to retrieve a list of applications. The system will perform a suffix wildcard search when the user enters a partial attorney docket number after seeing the Start with Radio button. This option requires entry of at least the first 3 characters of your attorney docket number. Okay, so the thing is since I'm not an attorney, this attorney docket number thing isn't ever going to work. But it would be nice to give myself some type of identifying token that conforms to the attorney docket number rules, so that when I want to search for this later, I have some type of identifier. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call it okay, so I have an idea for what I'm going to do with that. So I'm going to do FPDN for fake patent docket number 003 because I already have an attorney docket number for the previous patents. And then FPDN 002 God, why do I keep on doing that? So fake patent docket number 002 and fake patent docket number 001. I'm going to just make a note to use JMIM 01 US or JMIM 02 US because those already have docket numbers. So in case I'm looking for that. And fake patent docket numbers. Fake patent docket number. Pick FPDN003 or ... Okay, so that's good. So I have something I want to use. And now, let's close this. I kind of lost track of where I was. The filled out stuff. So, oh yes, so over here on the right monitor here again. Wait, on the right? Yeah, on the right monitor. We're going to rename this. And we're going to call it, so we're going to assume that when we have a whole bunch of collection of files, that they're all for the same patent, right? So if your collection of files in one folder are all for the same patent, then it would make sense to have the qualifier for what patent it applies to at the end of the file name, so that you can sort by the type of form it is when you're like searching through your files by typing on the keyboard. So we're gonna put this part last because it's not gonna be in a big folder with all these different patent forms. We're gonna group different patent forms in isolation, just because that's gonna be an easier way to work with everything, right? Because we're only focusing on this one patent. Okay, so now that we have this form ready, we're gonna open it up, and let's go over to the left monitor and see what can I fill out and what do I have to just what is important for me not to disclose. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say, you know, give a name, you know, family name. Why is middle name is Isaac, family name is Madison, and the city is Ann Arbor, state is Michigan. Oh, two letters, got ya. United, I don't even know. USA, do we have to just USA? Country, I, what the fuck is... To obtain the valid country codes, please click the I. You must have internet access and must have Adobe... Okay, well, let's just try I and see... Great, I have to use Adobe Acrobat. I have to use that bullshit. So let's look for U.S. country code. U.S. country code. Well, if it's... I believe they actually mean the... yeah, they just mean this. 1. They literally mean the country code for, like, phone numbers is what they mean. Right? You dial 1 before the number. In safe reading mode, Foxlit Reader does not allow to run JavaScript function. That may cause potential security issues. We're gonna hit cancel, and we're gonna say, let's just keep blocking that JavaScript. Let's put that 1 in there. God fucking damn it. So it's not gonna let me put a 1 unless I... Okay, so that's kind of, so turn down, so let's look at our options here. Turn down all your shields for all the PDFs, even the dangerous PDFs that are going to put viruses on your computer so that you can run this. Or, add a current file to privileged location. I guess we'll do this. Oh, really? Really? Because it's a fucking 1, and I just looked it up on the internet. Come on. +1. Country code USPTO. Country codes. So I'm looking... Okay, so so they don't mean... I was wrong. So United States. is the country code is US. Okay. So I'm gonna make a note of that. So we have USPTO country. Okay, so the USPTO country code for United States is US. And we'll just put this in our shortcuts to have a note of these country codes. And USPTO country code. Okay, so with that, let's keep on going. So it is US, so let's go over to the left here. It was not a +1, so US. Title of invention, we'll do that later when you're not looking at it. Attorney docket number we can skip. Direct all correspondence to the address corresponding to the customer number. Okay, so customer number, we have a customer number, so let's use that customer number. So I'll do that later when you can't see. Oh god, is it going to do this? Okay, so we're going to hit no here. Entity status, applicant asserts small entity, micro. So we are micro, and we have to do the 15A. Let me check my list of forms here. So I do have a 15A in my folder of forms, so I already got that form. So as long as I see it in my folder, I'll know that I need to fill that one out as well. Okay, so some warning. Petition is cautioned to avoid submitting personal information and documents filed in a patent application that may contribute to identity theft. Personal information such as social security numbers, bank account numbers, credit card numbers, other than check or credit authorization form PTO 2038 submitted for payment purposes is never required by the USPTO to support petition or an application. If this type of personal information is included in documents submitted to the USPTO, petitioners/applicants should consider redacting such personal information from the documents before submitting them to USPTO. Petitioner/applicant is advised that the record of a patent application is available to the public after publication of the application unless a non-publication request in compliance with 37 CFR 1.213 is made in the application or issuance of a patent. Furthermore, the record form and abandoned application may also be available to the public if the application is referenced in a published application or issued patent. Check the credit card authorization forms PTO 2038 submitted for payment purposes that are not retained in the application file and therefore are not publicly available. Signature, C37 CFR 1.4, form for the form of the signature, right? And it was those forward slashes things. I believe they were forward slashes. So let me check my notes here, because because I saw that in the video and I was like, what the fuck? And so I made a note. So it was the S sign thing. And was it it was a forward slashes in the signature, I believe, but I want to make sure by rewatching that segment of the video really quick. Okay. So we'll close that, and in my notes, I'm just going to make a note of how that is done. So it's like something like, you know, Okay, I gotta take a bathroom break, and then I'll be back, but, okay, so we're getting somewhere, we're finally getting somewhere after, like, 4 hours, so I'm gonna, put up a timer here. I'm gonna do 10 minutes. And, okay, it's 10 minutes, so I'll be back. When that goes to 0, I'll be back. Alright, so once again, I gotta wait for the timer to go back to 0 before I start doing stuff, just because if somebody actually is watching this after it's been recorded, or if you're already doing something, I don't want to, I want to give you a break as well, if you were, like, watching the stream. I know I don't have an audience, but, like, if somebody was potentially watching this, then I would want to make sure that, that they're not, that, you know, they're guaranteed that 10-minute break, you know? So I think I'm actually pretty close to figuring it all out. And I think the tutorial pretty much covered everything. It was just me trying to absolutely make sure I understood all the different parts. Well, I guess I can use my hidden monitor and just add my session timed out again. Yay! All right, so now I gotta do it all over again. God damn it. So let's check Facebook really quick for 2 minutes. Notification. Oh god, what did I say? Okay, anyways, timer's up, so I gotta stop getting on Facebook. Okay, so time's up. Let's get back to it. So I was filling out that form, and there is a signature, and there is like some stuff that that is there's some stuff there that I don't want to share with the class because it's registration number. Okay, and then the date is... Oh, nice. They actually have a proper date. Year, month, and day. Society is finally catching up to what programmers always knew. Right? You order it that way so it can be alphanumerically sorted correctly. Now, if they stop using dashes and using dots, it'll be even better. So, it is 2020, 11, and 19. Okay, and registration number if appropriate, not appropriate. So I'm going to put this down on my hidden monitor right now so that it's not... okay, title of invention. So let me find that title of the invention. Inventors 1. Customer number, that's the thing I'm missing. Okay, so customer number, I gotta find my customer number, which I also have in my secret off-screen stuff that I can't show you. And so let's paste that in there. I don't know if we can, yeah, we can paste that in there. Address corresponding to customer number. Okay, so that looks like SB16. I just filled that out. So let's see if I can do a file save. Okay, cool. So I saved that. Really quick, I'm going to black out the screen and try to open this really quick and see if it opens correctly, because I just filled it out, and we want to check that off our list of things. Okay, cool. So SB16 is filled out. Let's see what is next. So top screen, actually right screen. Let's go to the right screen. Let's look at our agenda. Cover sheet. So let's just do the cover sheet. 5. Write up specifications PDF file. Create drawings file. I think. So I'm pretty sure that, so I've added some new stuff to my agenda. We gotta write up a specifications PDF file. So that's just the, and create a drawings file. Must be inside a PDF. And that's the, let's use a synonym, visual part of patent, right? Okay, so now that we know that we need these 2 steps, but let's just try to check off everything kind of like in the order. So we figured cover sheet was the 16. So we're done with all that. Now the filing fee form, SB17. Let's take a look at that. So I believe I have SB17. I should have it all. So we're going to copy this. We're going to go into filled out. We're going to paste it. And then we're just going to rename the blank. We're going to name it to our fake docket number. So fake patent docket number 003. So it's not a fake patent in the sense that I'm just going through these steps to pretend I'm doing something. I'm actually trying to figure this out because I have a product I really want to send somebody. I want to send them the product like right now, today. But if I don't get this done today and I don't get this submitted today, then it's not going out. Okay, so when I say fake patent docket number, what I mean is that I'm not actually using an attorney, so there's no such thing as a docket number if you're not an attorney, right? So this number will never be searchable on the USPTO, but it's for me to just give myself a unique number, a unique kind of token where I can search for stuff. So let's like open that up. And this is fee transmittal. We're gonna move it over to my left monitor, and then we're gonna take a look at what needs to be in here. So we definitely assert that we are. Can we check that off? Can we? No. Can we? Nope. So how do we edit this? So it's not like the other one where it's like fileable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check I'm going to check my folder of PDFs and see if, well, okay, well, even if I can find a fillable out one from that YouTube video I was watching. That YouTube video I was watching is a few years old, so the form might be too old. So let's not do that. What we'll do is we'll go up to the top monitor and we'll search for a fillable SP 17 USPTO, something like that. Fillable form fillable PDFs available. So, and then we'll look for SB 17. So FSB 17. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have that option. So we need to figure out, well, how are we going to fill this out? Text tool. So I'm using text tool Foxit Reader. So, hey, we'll see if, I know they said Adobe Reader, but let's see if we can use something besides piece of shit Adobe Reader, right? Like, that sounds like quite a monopoly there, right? And so they might kind of be tricking you into thinking that you absolutely need to use Adobe Reader when you don't need to. But we'll find out, because we're just going to try and see what happens. That's not Foxit. I don't know where they're getting Foxit. So I don't know if this is... So I just want to know what it looks like. And... Okay, so I don't even know if there's a typewriter tool here. I see, like, what is this? Bookmarks. No, close that. View document comments. Okay, so... File... So I don't see a way to edit this. Okay, so we're probably going to have to get another PDF reader that's going to allow us to edit it. So let's look for like a lightweight PDF editor. Foxit. Okay. So I do use Foxit Editor, but I don't see that anywhere. I don't know if it's because I have... I mean, I like lightweight. I didn't want any tools. That's why I have this, but, Okay, so it's called... So it's not Foxit Reader. It's like... It's called Phantom PDF. That's confusing as fuck. So it's not Foxit Reader. It's Phantom PDF, but it's, like, maybe made by Foxit. They're trying to, like, they're probably trying to extend the brand of Phantom PDF into Foxit. Like if Foxit is probably more well-known than Phantom PDF, so they're trying to, like, associate those two names together, so that it seems like a brand name thing. You get the idea. Okay, so let's, free download Phantom PDF Business. Okay, free trial. Yeah, so I have to pay for it. So, Adobe PDF Editor. So, we're going to have to go with Adobe. Okay, so Adobe Acrobat Reader DC looks like what we need here. All right, let's download this. Oh, I don't know where that's going to go. Let's blank out the screens. So let's see. Download Adobe Acrobat Reader. Okay, so... Oh, God. Not... You don't see what I'm looking at, but let's go over here. So... This is why I don't... Okay, how do I explain this? If somebody said to you, we got, like, here's this awesome security system on your house, and it works perfectly, and nobody will ever be able to break into your house, but there's one catch. There's one catch to this perfect thing, right? You gotta knock 3 times on your door before you open your door. And if you forget to knock 3 times, if you forget to knock 3 times on your front door, then, your front door blows up and you die. Right? Would you want that security system? All you gotta do is, it works perfectly. Even if the criminal or the thief or somebody else knocks 3 times on your door before they try to sneak into your house, even if they do that, they'll still be caught. But if you forget to knock 3 times on your door before you enter, then the door blows up and you die. Okay, so I don't know if that analogy is understandable right now from here, but do you see this? Yes, yes, please install a virus on my computer. Yes, please install another virus on my computer, and please install another virus on my computer. So I gotta knock 3 times. I gotta knock, and knock. So let me knock, and knock. And then I can have this this thing here in my security software. This is the analogy. So I'm knocking 3 times before I get this thing that does the job, right? So this thing, I guess, works. It does what I needed to do. But the only caveat is I gotta knock 3 times. Okay? But if you forget to knock, or maybe you don't forget to knock, maybe it's maybe instead of knocking, it's more like you gotta find a magical toad that's somewhere around your premises and pet it 3 times on the head before you do it, right? Because sometimes these things won't be right here. Sometimes you gotta, like, scroll down and see it. Like, sometimes you'll forget it, because every time I accidentally end up with this piece of shit on my computer, it's because of these optional offers. So these optional offers right here, you just see this and you click on it, right? And you think you're safe. But what happens is that these optional offers probably change the executable payload that you're going to get from this button, and you're going to get fucked. But I understand if you do not know computers, then you think this is a good idea, and I don't blame you. If you just no. Okay, so let's blank this out for a little bit, because I'm going to go to where my executables are, and I'm going to save the installer. So it's in my non-vital assets. Non-vital meaning I didn't create it. It's somewhere else on the internet, and if my computer died, I could get it. So I'm going to go in the software folder, and we're going to do File, New, and do Adobe Acrobat Reader. Okay, so Adobe Reader. And we're going to say I'm going to name it AAR, and then I'm going to call it 2020 11-19. So I know, like, when I got it. And then Can we see what version this was? They kind of give it a name. So, we'll put a DC in the name as well. So we'll do AAR DC 2020 1119, and we'll save it like that. Okay, so I'm saving it right now, and okay, there we go. And I'm going to run the installer. I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm going to blank out the screen again just in case. Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Yes. Oh, hold on. Madison residence. Oh, it's Bryant? All right, let me find my mom really quick. All right, I'll be back. Okay, so anyways, where was that? You are using an older version of Reader Installer, or you are using a renamed file. Click. Those fucking bastards. Okay, so look at this. Look at this is fucking bullshit. Adobe Acrobat Reader DC, you are using an older version of the Reader installer, or you are using a renamed file. Click Finish to get the latest installer. Yeah, yeah, there's a reason why. So remember that knocking 3 times to make sure we don't get a virus? Here we are again at the door. Here we are again. Gotta knock 3 times. So yeah, so they don't let me rename the fucking file. I really hate this shit. Okay, we're gonna have to just use it because why? God, they probably have a monopoly with the USPTO. Okay, you know what? God damn it. What the? So I had blanked out the screen to, make sure it didn't open on anything, and then it opens somewhere else the next time. What the fuck? I don't... Well, yeah, so it's just... So I'm very particular about the way I name my files. I have a very particular way of doing things. So the fact that they're like, huh, you know what? Fuck you. He renamed our file. You can't use it now. That kind of pisses me off. So, okay, so we're going to go back to my software file folder. We're going to go back to Adobe Reader. We're going to create a new folder, and we're actually going to label it 2020 1119, because these fuckers demand that if I use a renamed file that I can go fuck the hell off. Also, they won't let you use an old version, right? So that means that, I don't know if you've experienced this, if you're old enough to experience the... So have you ever, you have a piece of software and it's awesome, and then the new versions are pieces of shit? Or, you know what, they said, they even said that, if we have problems with the USPTO, that the tutorials I just watched said, if you have a problem with your PDF, that maybe you should use an older version of Adobe Acrobat, right? And now, this fucking installer, basically what I just saw was a check that says, hey, you used a rename file, so we won't run this. Or or it's either renamed or it's old, so we're not going to let you run this. So imagine that you need an older version and they're like, fuck you, here's this downloader that is attached to the internet. We're gonna not actually gonna let you have an exe installer that's not, wired to the internet. You need internet permission to install this fucking program. Fuck you, right? Like, great. So if I need an older version of Adobe Acrobat, I can't have it. And if the government is using an older version of Adobe Acrobat and my file isn't compatible, well, just fuck you, right? So, just. Anyways, we are downloading Adobe Acrobat Reader. Yeah, just look. I liked Adobe Flash back in the day, Macromedia Flash back further in the day. But even that was a shit product full of security problems. Like if you had a virus on your computer from the internet, it was probably from Flash, right? Um, so it's like I don't think highly of Adobe. Um, God, does Adobe even own like 3D Studio Max now? Um, yeah, sure, we'll run it. Uh, 3D Studio Max. Oh, we're in Chrome. Is that how did Chrome get? Oh, because I was on Facebook. No, it's Autodesk. Autodesk also has been buying everything up into like these giant monopoly things, and then you get fucked over because you can't own software anymore. It's all on like a subscription basis. That's okay. Keep on abusing your power. It'll just give an in to littler companies, right? Like if you think like how does a little company um how does a little company compete with a big company that has so much size, right? Well, there's two ways. One thing is if you're really big, you can't move as fast as a small company. And the other thing, which I don't know if people realize, or I definitely realize, is big companies start to get greedy. They start to do really stupid stuff. They start to be out of touch with their customers. Um, and then they have all the cards in their hands, but then they destroy their own product. If that makes sense. Think about like MySpace. MySpace was great until it got bought, and then it turned into shit. Right? You started getting ads in your inbox, and you're like, you know what? For me, MySpace, the only thing good about MySpace was that it was like email, but every time you got a message, you knew it was like from somebody you actually knew, right? Whereas with email, right, like most, like 90% of it is like spam, right? Or little emails from people, or automated emails, right? None of them are like emails written from actual people, right? So the idea of social networks was, oh, I can have this inbox and there's no advertisements in it. It's just things that other people are saying to me, right? So a big corporation destroyed MySpace when it got sold off. Anyways, let's try to figure out where the fuck we were. We're trying to figure out fee transmittal SB17. So let's close this and so yeah, I guess at around the 5 hour mark, I get irate. Either that or tater tots, because I'm not me when I'm hungry. Okay, I got to get up really quick and get that. Alright, that's good. I got food. I just realized something about myself. I'm very uncertain in, like, everything I do, where it's like, I'm not sure, where I see a lot of more ambiguity than most people see, like, ambiguity everywhere. Ambiguity and uncertainty everywhere. Except for one spot, which is how I think things should be done and what pisses me off. And the Adobe Acrobat Reader kind of, like, fits under that. Anyways, let's continue doing this thing that's supposed to take 20 minutes. Now at 5 hours. I'm not blaming the YouTube tutorial guy on a 20-minute thing taking 5 hours. A lot of it's my fault. Okay. Can we close this? Yeah, sure. Let's go over to the left monitor. We don't know where that's going to open. Let's blank out the screen. I just realized these assholes did another thing, which is a no-no for me. They did not give me... I never got to choose install directory. That's also a no-no. So what I do is, when I install a piece of software, I install it in a very particular folder so that when I'm looking for software that does not belong on my computer, I can check the folder and I can cross-check that against my list of installed programs. And that way I can easily spot things that when I'm like, what the fuck is this? Did I download that? Then I can check my personal folder where I install executables, which I won't name. And if it's not in there, then I know that either some other person got on my computer and installed it, or it was installed maliciously. For example, how Adobe Reader will install McAfee or whatever. If I ended up with McAfee on my computer, I would instantly know that somebody else did it because it isn't installed in the folder that I specified. So let's go to our filled out stuff. I'm trying to do 17, I believe. Yeah, feed transmittal. So, does this actually need to be done, or... Let's check for the number 17. So this might not actually need to be done. So this may or may not be necessary. Now, I wonder why I know I kind of like found that while I was looking around, and I thought, oh, that might be useful. I'm not sure it is necessary. So let's go look at I'm gonna look at the video I watched earlier where it had like a blue background and he was going over filling all this stuff out, and I want to see if he did a feed transmittal or not, and I don't think he did. So because I keep a list of all the information I've touched, and I keep it in linear order, I can just go Control F YouTube into my shortcut list, and I can find the last thing that was a YouTube video that I watched. So the nice thing is I use different browsers all the time, but it doesn't matter which browser it was in because I took the time to record it. And here we go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna playback speed. We're just gonna do 2 times. We're gonna turn that down. We're just gonna look through. We're just gonna look through this really quick. Okay, so the only thing he's attaching is the specification, which is the written part of your patent, the drawings, which is, well, the drawings part of your patent, the visual part of your patent, and then SB16. So there's no feed transmittal needed here. So this right here, by the way. 3 minutes, 55 seconds. He just said right there, sometimes this won't work because your Adobe Acrobat reader is too new. And you have to... Let me see what they say. Do we have to save as older version? What do we got to do here? Okay. So... I retract some of my annoyance, now that I think of that. Some. So you can use, even though you can't get the older version of Adobe Acrobat Reader, it still lets you use older file formats when you're saving as. So that will alleviate that problem. So, but let me make a note of that. Okay, so with that, we don't have to do this fee transmittal. We can skip that. Okay, so now we have to figure out, well, what does the specification have to look like? I kind of have an idea of what that has to look like. But let's go search on the internet. I say internet, but here I am searching YouTube. Alright, let's check this out. Okay, so I just clicked on the first thing I saw. But, you know, things can change as time goes by. So I'm going to make a note of this as well. So, provisional patent application example. And I'm just going to have PPAE, YT URL, PPAE, YT URL, and then, so I'm going to make a tiny URL for this as well. And I'm going to make sure that this isn't already PPAE. I feel like PPAE is an abbreviation I've already used somewhere. SPPAE, submit provisional application. Okay, so I did already use something on, but it has to be, for tiny URL, it has to be at least, at least 5 letters. So that won't really work for us, will it? So let's think about, so I gotta think about, like, what's a 5-letter acronym or something longer than 5 letters. So I'm gonna say PPA example. So, okay, so I have an idea of, like, what I want to call this. So let's go over here. Let's go to tinyurl.com. And we'll just enter that long URL, and then we'll call it PPA. Just PPA, yeah? Yeah, and then dash example. Let's see if we can just get exa, because I would like it to be as short as possible. So PPA exa for example. Let's see if we can get that to work. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. So we're going to take that, and we're going to put that in our reference so that we have that later. And you can use that as well. Alright. Man, I feel like I have a cold. I hope I don't have corona. I never go outside, but yeah, I'm still getting sick because other people. So they're gonna be pissed and dead. Alright, well, we just gotta keep on going. Okay, so let's just keep on looking at this. So I don't know why specifications do this, but I see it all the time. I don't know if it's like a thing that just has to be done. But, so we're gonna need the name / title of the invention. We're gonna need background of problem. Background or problem. And, okay, so okay, so I'm just kind of thinking up what I'm going to use for the background of the problem. Let's see, what kind of crates do we have? Okay, so without getting into the invention that I'm working on, so background of problem. I'm just typing up a summary here. Background of problem. Crates allow for the shipping and storage of materials. However, the production of crates for consumer in-home use often leads to an ugly or costly to produce product. For example, a milk crate is functional, cheap to produce, yet aesthetically ugly compared to other design options. Sturdier designer crates often look much better, but are either prohibitively expensive or structurally weaker than a traditional milk crate. Okay, so I got like a little problem description. So let's look at this here. Um, the present invention provides. That seems to be a little phrase that I see a lot. So, um, okay. The present invention provides a way to construct designer crates rapidly through the use of modular parts. When assembled into a crate configuration, the final product is both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, yet cheap to produce. Okay, so let's read this. The beverage making technologies are currently bulky or may not apply to specific uses. The present invention provides a disposable instant beverage spoon with non-detachable stir that may be used to create instant beverages or cold while stirring at the same time as a cheaper alternative to current beverage making toilet. This also allows customers to save a selection of. Okay. So when you flap, let's see. I'm gonna look up a definition really quick. I'm gonna blank out the screen so you don't know what I'm looking at. So I know the word, but what does that mean? Okay, so I have an idea for like what I'm doing here. Let me turn back on the screen here, and let's just watch this some more because I got a good specification. I'm going to actually I'm going to black out the screen one more time. I'm going to save this. Okay, let's keep on going. I'm going to put this on. Oh wait, I'm going to put this down on the bottom really quick. So this specification is something I don't really want to share. So I'm looking at the specification, kind of using it as a template to write my own. So they mentioned prior art. Okay. So I'm just thinking. here. Okay, so I'm just still typing that up. So IKEA is a prior art example of flat-packed furniture, capable of creating designer crates. However, IKEA is not modular and is often difficult to assemble, often requiring unique tools and assembly methodology for each distinct product. So I'm just working on the specification. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is. Obviously, there's some clues as to what I am doing. But I don't want to disclose that because that would be a problem. Okay, so let's keep on watching this video here. Okay, so let's see. He's kind of scrolling through that. Detailed description of drawings attached. Okay, so there's a solutions section. Oh, right, that's right. Hold on. Okay. Alright, so we need some examples of okay, so I'm still kind of thinking this out. All right, still writing the. I'm still writing a background of problem. Okay, still working on it. Okay, okay, it's still working on it. Still working on it. Okay, background. We have background of problem. We got some examples, and we have a solution. So, Okay, let's look at the solution here. So the solution... So I gotta take a break. I'll be back. Alright, well, I'm back, but I'm still, like, typing stuff, so it's not like you need to pay attention anyways. So I'm just gonna do it in the other monitor till that beeps, goes off, and then we'll get back to it. Okay, are we out of time? Oh, 2 more minutes. Oh, here I am, just looking stuff up. 2 minutes, still. Okay, time's almost up. Take a look somewhere really quick. Alright. So, I'm looking for one of the patents that's already on Google Patents right now. And I don't know what it is. So, So, so let's see if we can find it by searching for Google and see if we can find it in Google Patents somewhere. So yes, I have found it, and I'm going to copy the URL from the patent into my shortcuts. This patent has already been filed, but I'm not going to share it anyways, just because I don't want to contribute to... So, here's the thing. You have a patent, and once that patent's out there, it's going to change the way people think. And so it could cascade into a whole bunch of similar inventions that are based on that new way of thinking. And so, I would like to not promote that. Just because, you know, I would like to... There's a whole host of related ideas that I would like to have a head start on and patent them before somebody else catches up. So say, for example, you patent the computer, right? Well, you know, the idea to patent a robot, or the general idea of software in general, or other tangentially relatable ideas are not are not too far off from there, right? Um, I patent a machine gun, right, and it fires bullets really fast. Well, it's not too far off that somebody else is going to patent a machine gun for rockets, right? So it's a machine gun, but it shoots rockets, right? So it's like, what is obvious, right? So, or what is novel, right? A patent has to be novel, and it has to be unobvious. The thing is, though, is that, what does unobvious mean? Unobvious means it's unobvious to, like, most people. But, the more, if you had, like, all the knowledge of the world, there would be, or if you had, like, infinite knowledge, right? There would be no such thing as unobvious, right? And because of that, while something may be unobvious to most people and therefore patentable, it does not mean that your idea is unobvious to 100% of people, right? So if people know the kind of stuff I'm working on, there's a higher chance that one of those people who can connect the dots in the same way that I can will scoop up the next idea I'm working on, if that makes sense. So, with that, I gotta be a little bit secretive about what I'm up to, and let's continue. So how long has it been? It's been almost 6 hours now? Yeah. Okay, so right now I'm in the process of just writing a specification. And like after this specification is done, I'll probably share it, but after the application, after the provisional has been filed, maybe I'll share it. I don't know, but I like this thing here. This video is pretty good. This provisional patent example I'm watching. So if you want to watch that, if you're just tuning in, let me see what URL that is. I have it in my shortcuts. I saved it off to tinyurl for you. So if you do tinyurl.com/ppa-exa, ppa-exa, let me just take that for a second so you can see it. I'm gonna put it onto my other screen. Gonna put it onto my right monitor for you really quick. So on my right monitor, tinyurl.com/ppa-exa. If you go there, that is what the video I'm currently watching. So let's continue kind of watching that. And also, you know what I could do is we could put is there text? Can we put text? Display capture. I'm just seeing if I can do... Oh, I can do text, okay. And... Oh, nice. Okay, and then we'll just take that text. Nice. Okay. So, to help you, just going to put that right there. And that is kind of like what I'm watching. So if you want to know what I'm watching, it's right there for you. And let's continue, yeah? So that's what it's called. It's called detailed description of the invention. So what do I have? I have conventions, vocabulary, solution. So there's solution and then detailed description. Okay. Okay, so detailed description of invention is what I need next. So is there a rule for how you have to do citations in a patent? So let's look for that. Because there's probably like MLA or whatever, APA. So I would really like to keep it simple and just be like, rather than have this weird convention, I'd rather just like write everything out verbose. But would that be allowed? And I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to save that about what is prior art. But it didn't really help me because I want to know how to cite it. So, it looks like you have to, like, do, like, some type of MLA or whatever the hell this is. MLA or APA. So let's take this. And, we'll just put that in how to write patent citation. How to cite prior art. And let's search for actually that term, how to cite prior art. How to cite prior art. Okay, let's see. Citation of prior art and written statements. So here's what we're gonna do. We have to remember that originally, in the end, a human is going to be reading this. So what I'm gonna try is I'm just gonna try to do all my citations as like verbose lists of like all the information that you need. So I'm just gonna do like citation 1, author name, whatever, right? I'll just try to include all the information, but I'll include it in kind of a verbose style, which might be hated, might not be allowed. But also it could make, by using citations in an improper format, it could actually make things easier on me, because I hear that patents always get rejected the first time. Because once upon a time, a whole bunch of patents got accepted for really stupid stuff that should have never been patented. Like some guy patented their kid's method for swinging on a swing, right? Which is ridiculous. Kind of like how, I don't know, I was doing some tricks on a merry-go-round or whatever when I was, oh god, I can say this, when I was in my 20s. And some little kid was like, hey, I invented that or something. And I'm like, kid, like, I was doing this on merry-go-rounds before you were born, you know? So, I don't even know where I was going with that. Okay, so the point is, so once upon a time, a whole bunch of things got patented that shouldn't have been patented. And now, in order for a patent examiner to look like they're doing their job, they can't just get it and not say anything about it, right? They have to make some type of change, and this occurs with art as well. Michelangelo is a good example, right? Like, God, this occurs so much. This does, what is it called? You gotta. There was a term for it I learned in art school, but like in art school, what you would do is you come up with a painting that you really like for a client, and then you just add some piece of shit that's really ugly and you hate, and you just put that detail somewhere in the painting. So that way, when the client looks at it, they're like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But could you just remove that thing right over there?" And then I think it's good, right? And then you remove the thing that you put in there. Because they're always going to want to make a change. The client's always going to want to make a change. And same thing with patents, right? The person wants to feel like they had a hand in it, feel like they would actually did something psychologically. So I feel like if I do these patent citations in the wrong way, where it's this obvious kind of like sore thumb thing, kind of like sticking out there, that might get easy on me because they might just say, "Oh, we like it," but just change these citations to MLA or APA or something, right? And if that's all that has to happen, then man, that would be awesome. Because I'm going to tell you what, I don't understand legalese, and I do not understand a lot of these patent words for how they basically, there's a lot of terms for how they're patent language and language in general is using one dimension, right? One-dimensional language is just a stream of sounds, right? It's an audio wave. It's one-dimensional. Well, I guess audio wave technically has like, it's a 2D or half of a sine wave. But the idea is that that's a stream of bits coming at you, one-dimensional. So it's text is one-dimensional. When you're communicating with speech, it's one-dimensional, and from that one dimension, you have to reconstruct a whole bunch of 3D stuff. And so they have very particular languages for how they do that, and I don't really understand all the legalese. So I'll try my best to write it in something that makes sense and that's enforceable in court, but the thing is that, I don't know if I'll have what it takes to write it correctly, and what would be better is if I can just write it in a way where, like, if a judge looks at it, they understand, right? So rather than doing it in legalese, can I do it in a way that's so obvious that even a layperson, well, I guess judges were probably lawyers at one point, so maybe that doesn't count. But the idea is to make it so obvious that anyone can just plainly understand it, and hopefully prevent it. If we keep it as obvious as possible, then hopefully it can't be twisted around by lawyers, but you never know. Okay. So yeah, let's do that, and let's keep on watching this. So we have a prior art section in this video, and detailed description of invention, prior arts. Okay, yeah, so let's Okay, so that's pretty good. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm looking at Google Patents, and I'm just gonna look at different. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna try. So searching for specific terms. Okay, so this is so I'm not sure how to search for stuff. So I'm thinking let's let's search. I'm thinking I could just, instead of putting in the function that I'm looking for in Google Patent Search, I'm thinking of searching the company name and seeing kind of like what they're patenting could help. So for example, if I look at IKEA, if I just search IKEA in Google Patents, I can find patents that are related to IKEA furniture, it looks like. Um, So let's kind of look up some stuff, and so I'm looking up some patents and whatnot. There's not really much that I can go into here. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here that I can like look at, and the thing is like, how do I? So I don't think I need. Do I need prior art in a provisional? Does a provisional require prior art? Because I don't know if it does. I don't think it does. Um, Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we're gonna take... So let's look at that. Do we have to do provisional patents require prior art? Interesting. While provisional patent applications are never published and cannot become prior art, recent decisions from U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit illustrate that parties can nonetheless make effective use of provisional applications when raising invalidity challenges. So that's interesting. So that kind of, that's kind of related to something else I looked at. So I'm going to write that in my shortcuts. Prior So if we're looking at this, what is interesting is what is interesting is I have I put that somewhere in my questions. So okay, SIRAP PDF. So so if we're looking at something I was looking at earlier. So this is kind of, it's not completely contradictory to this, where it's talking about where you're trying to do a provisional and then you're overlapping provisional. But just because you have this overlapping provisional, you could be over here. The time could be over here, but if somebody, let's say we're right here on the time scale, but somebody else did a full patent right here in the time scale, well, then at this point in the time scale, you are, you're, what do you call it? Fucked? Out of luck? Right? So if someone does a patent right here, and then later we jump to here, you're screwed, because this provisional, even though this provisional was filed overlapping with your other provisional, right, and you're trying to, like, renew your provisional by just doing another one and having it over... If this provision A is for the same patent as provision B, so provision A and provision B, same patent, somebody does a full patent right here, at this point in time, right here, then you've lost. So, but interesting, this article... let's make a note of this, and let's just read it, because you know what? Just screw it. Let's just keep on reading stuff, right? So we can start. We've already lost the war of doing this in a timely manner and being a tutorial. So I'm gonna go to tinyurl.com, and we're gonna say invalidity challenges. So we're going to take this guy right here, and we're going to put it in tinyurl, and we're just going to say oh, look, can't be created. Let's see what that is. And let's use a different browser just in case it's something that I shouldn't be seeing. tinyurl.com/. So I was thinking that as provisional challenge. Oh boy, it's definitely not a. It's one of those weird URLs that's probably a virus. So maybe I should stop that, because that's probably what a lot of tiny URL stuff is. It's probably viruses, so maybe I should not do that. Okay. So let's see. Let's just take this and say, using provisional patent applications in invalidity challenges. So UPPAI. Yeah, I don't. Oh boy, that's a mouthful though. So that's like UPPAIIC. Sure. Let's just try that. Let's throw that in there and just see if we go to tinyurl.com, we just throw that in there like that, and just make a tiny URL and just see what happens. Nice. Okay. So now that I have this tiny URL right here, I'm gonna, since that is what I'm reading, I'm gonna go into OBS and I'm gonna change that GDI text to this tiny URL so that you know where I am. So okay. And now you'll know what I'm reading while we're over here. So that's kind of cool. All right. And that's not what I'm reading. I'm reading this. So, but yeah, this thing and this thing, they kind of not quite contradict each other, but they're definitely strongly related to each other now that I'm seeing that. So I'll take that and I will put, so that's UPPAIIC tiny URL and UPPAIIC URL. I'm going to take this whole thing, I'm going to paste it into my shortcuts so I have reference for it for later. And then we'll just change some stuff around. You can't see this, but okay, so related. Okay, so I've made notes of that, and now I can kind of like continue reading this. So using provisional patent applications in invalidity charges. And let's look at, I'm going to look at my agenda here. So the cover sheet, did we do the cover sheet? I'm pretty sure we did the cover sheet. So the cover sheet is done in my agenda. The filing fee, that's if we're electronically filing, that's probably just going to be covered as we are doing the process. Micro entities, write-up specifications. So 7 is what are we trying to figure out right now? I mean, we're on a little sidetrack here, but what is the problem? Why are we stuck? Okay, 7 is figure out if provisional patents require prior art patent search references. So I'm not sure if we need like a patent reference for checking prior art to figure out like do I need to cite prior art in a provisional application? I do not know if that is true or not. What I need to do. So we're going to just read this article, and then I don't know. But I thought that was kind of interesting, so I thought we would just take a break and read this, and then continue from there. So, using provisional patent applications in invalidity challenges, 2018. While provisional patent applications are never published and cannot become prior art, recent decisions from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit illustrates that parties can nonetheless take effective use of provisional patent applications when raising invalidity challenges. For instance, parties can use either earlier effective filing date of a provisional application to show an issued patent or a published patent application qualifies as prior art if a party can successfully establish priority to that earlier filing date, and asserted reference may be treated as prior art as of the provisional application's filing date for all subject matter disclosed by the provisional application and carried into the asserted reference. In other words, a provisional application in these circumstances will very nearly constitute prior art, as the Federal Circuit explained in Dynamic Drinkware LLC versus National Graphics Inc. To establish entitlement to the earlier filing date of a provisional application, a party must prove that the provisional application provides adequate written description and enablement support pursuant Section 112 of the Patent Act 35 U.S.C.A. Section 112 for the claims of the asserted reference. When the reference is a published patent application, some interesting consequences arise because a published application's claim might never undergo examination at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, and because the pending claims can change at nearly any time, and demonstrating that the published claims meet the requirement of Section 112, both patent challengers and the patent owners can make creative arguments to either invalidate or defend patents when provisional applications are raised in prior art challenges. Overview of provisional applications. Section 111B of the Patent Act, 35 U.S.C.A. Section 111B describes a provisional application as a relatively informal patent application that lacks many of the requirements of non-provisional application. Provisional applications do not require an oath or declaration, nor do they require submission of patent claims. In addition, they are never examined by the USPTO examiner, are never published, and cannot be issued as patents. A provisional application typically functions as a placeholder for potentially establishing a priority date for the subject matter disclosed and a specification and drawings according to the Patent Act. After filing a provisional application, an applicant has 12 months to either file a non-provisional application claiming priority to the provisional application or convert the provisional application to a non-provisional application. During the 12-month period, the applicant may attempt to market the disclosed invention or continue refining and developing the invention. Provisional applications therefore provide applicants with 1 year window to further evaluate their inventions before deciding whether to obtain patent protection. At the end of the 12-month period, provisional applications expire. Applicants who file a provisional application may proceed with a non-provisional application within the 12-month period. In contrast to a provisional application, the non-provisional application will undergo examination at the USPTO. An applicant responds to the examiner communications to obtain a patent. A non-provisional application requires an oath or declaration as well as a submission of patent claims, and unlike provisional applications, non-provisional applications are published by the USPTO, typically 18 months after they are filed. A published non-provisional application may qualify as prior art under Section 102A(2) of the Patent Act 35 U.S.C.A. Section 102A(2). Traditionally, provisional applications have mainly been used by patent owners for defensive purposes, specifically to antedate prior art by demonstrating that the patent is entitled to an earlier filing date of a provisional application. With the growing prevalence of prior art challenges in inter-parties review proceedings, however, petitioners have increasingly relied on the disclosures of provisional applications to prove unpatentability of challenged claims. For these offensive uses of provisional applications, the Federal Circuit has applied same or similar requirements that it previously established for proving priority to a provisional application for defensive purposes. Amgen Inc. versus Sanofi, 872 F3D 1367 Federal Circuit 2017. This borrowing of legal doctrines has introduced some unique opportunities for patent challengers and patent owners alike. Proving entitlement to the earlier filing date. Although provisional applications cannot qualify as prior art, parties have increasingly raised invalidity or patentability challenges based on the provisional applications. The growing prevalence of these challenges has led the Federal Circuit to clarify the requirements for establishing earlier priority dates for prior art purposes. In Dynamic Drinkware, for example, the Federal Court Federal Circuit analyzed whether a prior art patent asserted in an IPR petition was entitled to the filing date of the earlier provisional application. The Federal Circuit panel recited the same legal standard for demonstrating priority to a provisional application that it had applied for defensive purposes in New Railhead Manufacturing LLC versus Vermeer Manufacturing Co. 298. The panel in Dynamic Drinkware said a provisional application had to meet the requirements of Section 112 for the invention claimed in the non-provisional application. It concluded that the petitioner failed to meet with this standard. A reference patent is only entitled to claim the benefit of the filing date of its provisional application if the disclosure of the provisional application provides support for the claims in the reference patent in compliance with Section 112. The panel said the court therefore affirmed that PTAB's final written decision upholding patentability. So when I'm looking at this, it kind of looks like, yeah, if you're going to do a provisional, you still want to do a good job on it. That's kind of the gist of what I got from that. Dynamic Drinkware left unanswered the question of whether the same priority standard should apply when a published patent application is asserted as prior art, because the claims of a published application might never undergo substantive examination, and because the claims in a pending application may change at nearly any time. Some might view priority determinations as unsettled until patent issuance. Further, because an invalidity analysis is typically based on the disclosure of a published application specification rather than its pending claims, the relevance of the claims for prior art purposes may be tenuous. I don't know what tenuous means. Let's look at tenuous. Tenuous. Very weak or slight. So let's put that in my shortcuts. Tenuous. Okay, so keeping on reading here. The Federal Circuit in Amgen resolved this uncertainty, confirming that the same standard applies for establishing earlier priority for both prior art patents and published applications. In Amgen, Sanfori sought to invalidate Amgen's patents by asserting as prior art two applications that met the requirements of the Patent Cooperation Treaty, or PCT, while Sanofi contended that these applications were entitled to the filing dates of earlier provisional applications. It failed to show that the provisional applications provided Section 112 support for the claims of the published PCT applications under Dynamic Drinkware. Sanofi argued that the Dynamic Drinkware test for priority was limited to prior art patents and did not apply to published patent applications, but the Federal Circuit disagreed. The appeals panel thus affirmed the district court's decision upholding validity, thereby establishing that the same standard for priority applies to both prior art patents and published applications. Okay, Section 112, support for the claims of published applications. Several interesting consequences arise from the Federal Circuit's requirement that a published application can obtain the benefit of a provisional application's earlier filing date only if the provisional application supports the publication's claim under Section 112. First, the patent challengers may find potentially strong invalidity positions undermined by published claims that have little or nothing to do with the merits of a proposed invalidity analysis. Considering the example of a party who identifies a published patent application disclosing A plus B and claiming B, which it wishes to use to invalidate an earlier filed patent claiming A. Because the published application does not qualify as prior art due to its later filing date, the challenger identifies an earlier filed provisional application in the priority chain of the published application, which discloses A. In this instance, the party has found a potentially anticipatory disclosure of A that antedates the challenged patent. So, honestly, I don't understand that. It kind of sounds like, It kind of sounds like, okay, there's a patent that has A and B. We want a patent for B, so we're going to try to destroy patent A plus B by using A. So it's like, somebody has this, we want this. Okay, well, how are we gonna get this? We're gonna take this and we're gonna destroy it with this, right? So rather than this just subtracting the A and now the patent's only good for B, it kind of sounds like what they're saying is that if I want B and somebody has A plus B, I can try to take this prior art A, destroy this A plus B combo, and then once it's destroyed, they don't get to keep B either. The whole thing gets destroyed, and now I get my B. That's kind of how I think what they might mean. I don't know. Unfortunately for the challenger, however, the provisional disclosing A cannot provide Section 112 support for the claims of the published application, which are directed to B. Thus, the published application is unavailable as prior art reference against the challenged patent due to the citations of its claims, even though those claims are otherwise irrelevant to the invalidity analysis. And they're talking about irrelevancy. Right? And so that's why I suppose that this language is talking about, I want B, this A part is completely irrelevant, but I can use that A part to create a challenge so that I can get a hold of A. That's kind of like what I think this is about. Second, patent challengers asserting their own prior art may find themselves in an advantageous position if our patent challenger from the above example was the applicant of the provisional application and the published application, and the patent family remains open and pending before the USPTO. A challenger has options. For example, the challenger could amend claims in a pending application to recite A, and then request that the USPTO publish the application under 37 CFR, Section 1.221. The challenger could also file a new continuation application claiming A, which would eventually publish under Section 112 of the Patent Act, 35 U.S.C. A, Section 112. Either way, a published application containing new claims directed to A would be entitled to priority of the provisional application, making the newly published application an anticipatory reference against the challenged patent. In other words, the patent challenger could effectively create new prior art simply by filing different claims supported by the provisional application, and this could occur many years after the provisional application was originally filed. Thus, patent challengers and patent owners should stay attuned to the possibility that once dormant provisional applications may play significant roles in later invalidity challenges if pending applications published with claims supported by those provisional applications. So, we're almost done, so let's just read this bullshit, even though it's kind of confusing, and I don't know if I'm really getting anything out of it. Let's try to be thorough here. Third, patent owners faced with invalidity challenges tied to provisional applications related to priority determinations have a relatively large number of petitional counter-arguments at their disposal. For example, the Federal Circuit Court has required fairly strict compliance with the requirement that a provisional application must provide Section 112 support for the claims of an asserted prior art reference. So does that mean that, your provisional must have prior art references? So I'm just gonna write that in my maybe. So this is, what did I call this? So I actually have it in my OBS, so it's tiny URL says UPPAIIC. So that's what I'm reading right now, so I'm just going to put that in my notes. So, okay. So in dynamic drinkware, for example, the IPR petitioner compared both the challenged claims to the prior art patent and one of the challenged claims to a provisional application earlier filed in the prior art patents chain of priority. The Federal Circuit concluded that these efforts were insufficient because the petitioner failed to conduct a proper priority analysis for the claims of the prior art patent. Thus, patent owners should be prepared to identify deficiencies in the analysis prevented by the challengers relying on provisional applications. As another example, patent owners may rely on Section 112 arguments in addition to full array of Section 102, 103 arguments typically available to defeat invalidity challenges relying on provisional applications. Even if a patent challenger attempts to show that a provisional application provides Section 112 support for the claims of a published application, the patent owner may be able to establish on the merits that the provisional application fails to provide sufficient written description or enablement support. Thus, patent owners have additional arguments available for overcoming prior art attacks if challengers must rely on provisional applications in their invalidity arguments. Of course, patent owners should be wary of challengers with the ability to correct Section 112 deficiencies by filing new claims supported by a provisional application. New possibilities. Federal Circuit's requirement that a provisional application must provide Section 112 support for the claims of an asserted reference for it to have prior art effect as a provisional application's filing date raises new possibilities for both patent challengers and patent owners to invalidate and defend U.S. patents. All parties should carefully consider the potential for prior art challenges based on the provisional applications when conducting validity analysis or developing litigation or IPR strategies. Okay, so interesting. Kind of. I mean, actually kind of just confusing as hell, but I don't know if I really learned anything of that. This is what I'm talking about, legalese. It's like, I don't know what's going on. But the question is, figure out if provisional patents require prior art. So let's just type that into Google. Let's say, do provisional patents require citations? There is no rule or requirement that you have to cite or reference other patents, even in the non-provisional is not mandatory. Okay, with that being said, you should not be copy-pasting text or images from other patents. You can use them as a guide, but you should try to reword it in your own language. Oh, no, this is saying, oh, if you try to, like, this is talking about plagiarism. This isn't, that's not what I want. Okay, let's just read this. I was just going to keep on reading stuff, and then maybe we'll figure that question out. Because we still have that question. Let's just read through what you need to know is, and let's see if we can find out anything else. So, what you need to know. So let's take that. Let's go into our shortcuts, and let's bookmark this URL. The provisional patent application, what you need to know. Use the provisional patent application, what you need to know. Well, that's going to be let's just try something here. How about take this and then be like, what you need to know. Let's just do, I doubt we can get the URL, what you need to know. That sounds like a very common kind of phrase, but hey, let's see if we can get that. Not available. Okay, so, what could we use? John Calvert. Hey, let's try their name. Calvert. Damn. Actually, I'm kind of curious what that is, so I'm gonna try that. www.tinyurl.com/John Calvert. Unable. Okay, so... Okay, let's try John C. Why not? Let's try it. Okay, let's just try John C. How about JC Patents for Jesus Christ Patents? Yay, alright. So now we have this URL. Okay, so let's just take let's take this. We're gonna paste this over here. It's really fucking long. Okay, so uspto.gov, and so now I'm gonna take what we're currently reading, and let's edit this text. Let's put in the new tiny URL that I'm currently reading. And now we're going to take that, and I'm going to update my little... Okay, so let's continue kind of reading more and try to figure this out. So this is actually from uspto.gov. I didn't realize that. So hopefully this is everything I need to know, right? And also, you know what? Okay, after this, we're gonna try to call. Actually, if we call right now, let's do that. Let's just grab a phone and let's call. Let's just ask, right? We can just call their number, right? So let's do that. So I'll be back. Hey, grab the phone. Should have done this earlier. God damn it. Alright, let's do this. So let's figure out what the fuck does a provisional patent require citations? Does it? Does it not? I mean, nobody reads them, but let's do this. Okay, so we need the IAC number. So IAC phone. Okay, let's dial. So I'm gonna write down my questions. And then two. So I have two questions. Do provisional patents require citations of prior art? And then a question about, like, patents cannot add art that wasn't in the provisional, but Patents cannot add art that wasn't in the provisional, but what about adding claims that were not in the provisional? So we'll do that, and then I know that they're gonna want like they're gonna want some stuff from me. They're gonna want some. So I'm gonna open up a thing where the this is the information that they want from me, because they want name, phone number, and stuff. So I'm gonna take a list of the procedure, and so this is really, what is it? They ask, what do? They go like name, phone, and email or something like that. Yeah, name, phone, and email. So we'll call it npe dot underscore is what I'll call it. And then I'm going to say full path. So I'm just organizing some files here. Name, phone, email. Name, phone, email. Name, phone, email. And then I'm just going to say IAC wants, IAC wants, and IAC wants. Okay, and then edit file. And then, yeah, so now we're going to call them. It might not be too, it might be too late because it's like 4:42, but we'll try this. So off on 1-800-786-9199. Alright, so now that we're here, we're just gonna press 6, 6, and 6. Because that's how we seem to get people. So the other thing is you have to wait. You gotta wait till the menu options, they start saying the menu options, or otherwise the numbers don't work. Okay. 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 So now we gotta wait, and then once we get them. Okay. So once they ask for my information, I'm gonna try to mute the mic. So I just had a question. So I was looking at like how to do provisional patents, and I was wondering if a. So I have a few. I have two questions. So one was, do provisional patents require citations of prior art? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I get lost in the menus sometimes. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yep, that's yep, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like the answer to that is, so you see that the USPTO does not conduct a prior art search. So if that's true, then why would they? All right, thank you.
You are being transferred to the Inventor's Assistance Center. Calls may be monitored for quality assurance and training purposes. Please remember to visit the USPTO website at www.uspto.gov uspto.gov. The website contains vital information to assist you with frequently asked questions, the patent application process, patent searching tips, relevant forms, fee information, and more. Regular office hours are 8:30 a.m. until 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday, except on federal holidays.
Hey Len, I had two questions. I think I only have one now because I'm reading some articles, and I see that what is it? 7. The USPTO does not conduct a prior art search on PPAs. So I think the answer to my first question: do provisional patents require citations of prior art? I'm assuming that is definitely a no. Okay, and then the second thing I have, patents cannot add art that wasn't in the provisional, but what about adding claims that were not in the provisional? Um, okay, you can. You can. Oh, but what about but when we're talking about the provisional protecting the establishing that earlier filing date, my understanding was that like it had to have like all the drawings had to be there. You couldn't like add more drawings, or I might not know the terminology quite correctly. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Kind of like I know I kind of like blasted you with a whole bunch of stuff all at once. Um. Okay. So that makes a lot of sense. Um. So I guess I have a third question while I have you. Um. So so the first two patents that I had filed, I did with a patent attorney, and so I'm going to patent yeah, patent application, like the yeah, we filed uh two applications, and I did it with the help of an attorney because I don't really know the terminology very well for things. We filed not it was a non we did non provisionals. So they we didn't do a I did not do a provision I did not do a provisional with my attorney. Um, but um, so I wanted to try my hand at writing a patent myself, but uh I know that lawyers like to use like this very legalese because I've read the two patents you did for me. They like to use a very legalese kind of verbiage. And is it a requirement to write in that style, or is it like, uh huh, yeah, I'm near a computer. Yep. Okay, that would be helpful. Yes. Yep, I'm here. Yep. Okay, yeah, public pair. Yeah. So I have access to public and private pair. So do they have? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yep. So I want. Yep. Yep. Oh, yep. Okay. Yep, I see it. Check the filing status of your patent application. Okay. Okay. Yep. Access public pair. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. 1114772. Yep. Correct. Yep. I do see those. Yep. So you said first one from the left. I see. Oh, fourth. Okay, yeah, that would make a big difference. Yeah. Okay, image file wrapper. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Drawings, only black and white line drawings. Yep. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So did you say Gene Wood? Oh, Wits. And yeah, I see claim drafting workshop presented by Gene Wits, Kara Geisel, something or other. Okay, nice. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. All right. You have a good day. All right, so we got more information, and I think it was useful. So he's saying that claims are really what we are fighting for when we're trying to figure out our patent, right? He's also saying that when you are claims are the things we're fighting for, and they're 10 times more important than everything else. So I was thinking the drawings were the most important, but he's saying claims are what you're fighting for. That guy is inventor assistants. That means they're like they were patent examiners or ex-patent examiners. So that's like the person you wanna that's where you get your advice. So this right here is we're on public pair, and he's saying that that this patent right here, 11, this patent right here functions as a good kind of like template for what needs to be done. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually I want to kind of see the drawings. Portable ladder. Um, Okay, so with that, I'm gonna record this example patent. Example patent. Okay, so with this patent number right here, the patent number is 11/147, 722. You actually don't need all that. You can just type it as 11/147,722. But that is the one he's saying, oh, this is a good example for what you need to do. And then he's also saying that this right here, they're saying if I read this, that I should be in good shape. If I read this and I look at this, then I should be in good shape to figure stuff out. Now, he says that legalese is not like required, not a requirement for a patent, but he is saying that the patent office, wants their patents in a very specific format. So the format is very important. However, you're not required to write in some weird legalese. So if you want to write it in plain English and and write it in a language you actually understand, because you're not a lawyer and you don't have that kind of vocabulary, then that is okay. But you got to be very careful with the I was reading this while I was talking, and then I minced my words. Or not minced, but garbled them. So the language, you don't have to do legalese, but the format is very important. And then I got kind of caught up because when I saw the 1.5 or double spaced, I'm like, yep, there's that format kind of thing that he was talking about, where the 3 independent claims, 20 claims. So this is definitely like formatting kind of rules for how this needs to go down. So now that we have this at our disposal, we're going to take this and we're going to put that in our notes as well, because I think that was something very useful. And so I think we should read it. It doesn't look like that much. I mean, it's a whole bunch of pages, but these pages are really nice and big. So let's take this and let's just say we'll call it claim. It's claim drafting workshop. So claim drafting workshop, and for that we'll say pick and CDW. Actually, we don't know. Hold on. Claim drafting workshop URL. So we also need a PDF. So so this is something that looks this thing looks like it's important enough to save as a PDF. So we're gonna save this and put it somewhere on our computer. Oh, that's the wrong button right here, this guy. Okay, so in here, let's go to our, so we're going to go to our PDFs, and we're going to just go to, we have patent, gov. So there's government forms, and then this is more of like a government help category. And so we're just going to say that this is CDW. We're going to call it CDW for Claim Drafting Workshop, cdw.pdf. And then we're going to save that in our shortcuts so that we know how to get back to it later. So cdw.pdf, SC files. Okay, so then the last thing we need is we need a tiny URL for this. Claim Drafting Workshop. And then tiny URL is what? Tiny URL. Okay, let's go over to tiny URL really quick and see if we can www.tinyurl.com, And claim drafting workshop. There's no way that we can get CD and W, but we're gonna try CDW. Oh, well, it can't, because, yeah. Claim, we'll call it, patent drafting workshop. No, we'll just do claim, no. I'm just going to call it patent tips. Can I just get patent tips? Because that would be nice. Patent, patent drafting, claim drafting workshop. So, patent claim drafting. Let's just call it patent claim drafting. Patent how about patent CDW? So patent claim drafting workshop, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's try that and see if that works. Okay, cool. So patent CDW for patent claim drafting workshop, and then we're just going to put that in our tiny URL list, and then we'll put that on the screen so that if you're like following along and you want to see like where that is, you have something that you can easily kind of paste in there, you know. And we'll also do patent claim drafting workshop. Okay, and use PCDW URL, PCDW PDF, or PCDW and tiny URL. Okay, so now that we have those those shortcuts, I still have a little bit of cleanup in my shortcut script I have to do before I can get back to where we were. So almost there though. I just gotta make sure that all the phrases that I say you need to type can actually go somewhere. Okay, so that's good. So let's take that tiny URL. Gonna copy it, and we're gonna go back in our OBS software, and we're just gonna update the GDI text to the next thing that we're looking at. And okay, patent CDW, and we can close this, and now we are on the claim drafting workshop stuff. And I am getting tired. I wonder why. Oh, it's almost been 8 hours of doing this stream continuously. So I guess, you know, if somebody thinks that this is helpful, that'd be nice. So I might want to after I read this, I might want to continue tomorrow with the procedure of what I'm going to do. But yeah, this is just okay, let's see. 38 pages. Let's just do it. I'm just gonna fucking tired, man. Okay. First page. Easy. You don't even have to read it. InventionCon 2017, the place for inventors, makers, and entrepreneurs, USPTO Inventors Conference, August 11-12, Alexandria, that's Virginia? Virginia, maybe? What does VA stand for? I guess? I don't know my states. I'm a bad person. VA state. What is the state with VA? Virginia. Why is it, what does VI stand for? Why is it not just VI state? Oh, okay, Virgin Islands, really? No. What state is VI? Or is it just VA for Virginia for no good reason? So, I don't... Virgin Islands. I guess like when they abbreviate things VI because it's two different words, and VA, the A should be lowercase. I see what they're doing. So they're saying that never made any sense to me, but okay, I see. Their convention is probably what, the first letter and the last letter. Yeah, Vermont, V and T. Let's just look at state abbreviations really quick, because maybe I finally understand how this works. No, what about Alabama? AL. Alaska, AK. Well, it kind of makes sense that AK would be for Alaska, because Alabama is already AL, right? And we couldn't do A and A, because Alabama, A and A and A. But what is the Arizona, AZ, so not A and then A. Okay, it makes sense because there's A's on both sides. AR, Arkansas, so that's an A and an R. So that's why I was thinking, when they do the abbreviation, just the first two letters. California, Arkansas, first two letters. Colorado. Well, Colorado might not be the first two letters. Maybe it's this O over here. Connecticut, C and T. So there's definitely this thing where it's first letter and last letter. Delaware, D and E, first letter, and maybe the last letter, but maybe it's the first letter. District of Columbia, that I get why that's that. Florida, FL, first and second letter. Georgia, G and A's, first and last letter. Guam, GU, first and second letter. Hawaii, first and last letter. Idaho, ID, first and second letter. Illinois, first and second. Indiana, IN, first and second. Iowa, not I-O, but I and A, first and last. Kansas, KS. Kentucky, KY. Louisiana, LA. Maine is M and E, first and last. Maryland, MD. Marshall Islands is MH. That's kind of weird. Micronesia. Michigan, MI, I already know. Mississippi is not MI, but what's with these abbreviations that are not two letters? Who are these people? MT, Montana. So it looks like abbreviations kind of like are either the first and second, first and last, or trying to use like the first letter and then some type of distinguishing letter, right? Where like, like up here we have Alabama and Alaska, right? And they both are A and A and A. So the last letter isn't very distinguishing, so you can't do the last letter. AZ, same thing. And we can't do, with Alabama and Alaska, we can't just use the first two letters, because then you'd have AL and AL. But we can't do the first and the last, because we'd have AA and AA. So they're trying to just use the distinguishing letter here. So that's why you got the K here, but then okay. All right, let's keep on reading this. Invention Con. Okay, drafting workshop presented by Gene Witz, Kara Geisel. Overview. Questions to ask regarding your invention. Laws and required parts of a claim. Example claims. One possible approach to drafting claims. Review invention. Prior to writing claims, answer these questions. What is an invention? What are the elements that make up the invention? How do the elements relate to one another? How do you have more than one invention? Do you have more than one invention? Tangible apparatus, machine, composition. Method, making or using. Are there multiple embodiments of the same invention? What the law says. A non-provisional patent application must have at least one claim, particularly pointing out and distinctly defining the invention. A claim may be written in independent or dependent form. An independent claim is a standalone claim that contains all the limitations necessary to define an invention. A dependent claim must refer to a claim previously set forth and must further limit that claim. What the law says. A non-provisional application must have at least one claim, particularly pointing out and distinctly defining the invention. A claim may be written in independent or dependent form. An independent claim is a standalone claim that contains all the limitations necessary to define the invention. A dependent claim must refer to a claim previously set forth and must further limit that claim. What the law says. A claim in a dependent form incorporates by reference all of the limitations of the claim to which it refers. Claims must be fully supported and enabled by disclosure. Claims must be drafted as a single sentence, but they can be these horrible run-on sentences with semicolons all over the fucking place. Claims should be arranged in order of scope, so the first claim presented is the broadest. Consistent terminology should be used in both the patent disclosure and claims. Claims defines the invention and what aspects are legally enforceable. Must conform to the invention as set forth in the remainder of the specification. Terms and phrases used in the claim must find clear support or antecedent basis in the description so that the meaning of the terms in the claims are clearly understood by reference to the description. Types of claims. Invention categories. Product A claim is directed to elements that can be active, a device, apparatus, non-active, composition or article of manufacture, combination thereof, method, process, a claim that describes defining a series of acts or steps for performing a desired function or accomplishing an intended result. Types of claims, independent and dependent. A claim may be written in independent or dependent form. An independent claim refers to a standalone claim that contains all the limitations necessary to define an invention. A dependent claim refers to a previous claim and must add further limitation to the previous claim. A claim in dependent form incorporates by reference all the limitations of the claim to which it refers. Claim formalities. Starts on a separate sheet with the heading claim listing 1.5 or double spaced. Each claim is a single sentence, begins with a capital letter and ends with a period. 3 independent claims. 20 claims total before excess fees are due. Number of consecutively in ascending order, original numbering preserved throughout prosecution. Patent claim structure. A claim in a utility application or patent has 3 parts. Preamble provides context for the claimed invention. Language of the preamble may or may not limit the claimed invention. Transitional phrase establishes whether the claim is open, closed, or partially open. In other words, the degree to which the claim is limited to only those elements recited in the claim body. Interesting. Transitional phrase. So, not sure what that's about, but let's just keep on reading. Claim body recites limitations, structures, and or acts in clear, full, concise terms necessary to define the invention. This thing right here sounds like a fucking trap. That's what it sounds like. 3 basic rules. Number 1, preamble. Every claim needs a preamble, which is the introductory phrase in a claim. The general rule is that the preamble of a claim does not limit the scope of the claim, but try and stay away from functional language. Try a shovel instead of a shovel for digging. Okay. 3 basic rules. Functional language. It's weird that they say functional language and they say a shovel for digging versus a shovel. But isn't a shovel for digging? I don't really quite understand that. Because the shovel is defined by what it can do. I get that you could have, like, a shovel for, stabbing pumpkins or something, you know, so I kinda get why they are doing that, but, like, this noun is kind of defined by the verb digging, right? A shovel is kind of defined by digging. So I don't quite understand that weirdness, but okay, try to stay away from functional language. I get how that could probably limit you. Like if it's like a shovel for digging, and you find out your shovel is good for hitting people over the head, like it's just designed very well for hitting people over the head. Like then maybe you are now limited and you can't claim hitting people on the head. Um, 3 basic rules. Number 2, transition. Every claim means a transition. The most common transitions are comprising, consisting essentially of, and consisting of. Comprising is by far the most common because it means the invention includes, but is not limited to, the elements identified in the claim. Comprising. So it's like we have to use comprising, basically. So if we look in my little draft that I've been doing for the specification, have I screwed it up? Am I missing comprising? Would I be completely fucked if I hadn't been reading this? And I don't see the word comprising, so we are missing the word comprising. So back around to the problem. Solution. So I feel like maybe my solution is this language a process Okay, so I'm thinking that if I'm not careful, they say stay away from functional language, and I kind of see that because I see that my description for my solution might be defining a process. I'm trying to say how they could be used, and by doing that, the language almost looks like it's defining a process rather than the actual thing that is my invention. So comprising is the most common. Because it includes but is not limited to. Okay. Consisting essentially of limits the scope of a claim to the specified materials or steps, and those that do not materially affect the basic novel characteristics of the claimed invention. Consisting of is closed and means that the invention is limited to the elements in the claim. Three basic rules. Number 3, antecedent basis. The first time you introduce a limitation, i.e. an element, characteristic, internal reference, etc., you must introduce it with either a or an, as is grammatically appropriate, primary antecedent basis. Okay, subsequently, you refer to the already introduced limitation by either said or the, secondary antecedent basis. Okay. So there is some, maybe not quite legalese, but there are some rules about what words you have to use. Example. Antecedent basis issues. A lack of clarity could arise where a claim refers to said lever or the lever, where the claim contains no earlier recitation or limitation of a lever, and where it would be unclear as to what element the limitation was making reference. Similarly, if two different levers are recited earlier in the claim, the recitation of said lever in the same or subsequent claims would be unclear where it is uncertain which of the two levers was intended. Yes, I get that. Okay. Example of an independent device claim. U.S. patent number 6009555, titled Multiple Component Headgear System. I don't think those eyes are in the middle of the face. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, I'm just analyzing the artwork here. Example of an independent device claim. A headgear apparatus comprising a headband member having a frontal portion, a visor membrane removably secure to said frontal portion of said headband, and an eye shield member removably secured to said frontal portion of said headband. Examples of dependent device claims. 2. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 1, wherein said eye shield member is adjustable with respect to said headband member. 3. Headgear apparatus, as in Claim 1, wherein said visor member and said eye shield member are secured to said frontal portion of said headband member by a set of rivets. Examples of dependent device claims. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 2, wherein said headband member is made of neoprene fabric. 5. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 3, wherein said headband member comprises a continuous bead of sealant material. Neoprene. What is neoprene? I thought neoprene was like some type of plastic polymer. Prene. Neoprene. Inventor was DuPont, so... Oh wait, was that a Wikipedia? We can probably find that. Neoprene, the first synthetic rubber. 1930? And first known as Duprene. The technical name for synthetic rubber is polychloroprene. Okay, so, 1930s. So the thing why I was curious about that is because we're looking at this drawing, and I see the word neoprene, and I look at this drawing, and they said rivets, and something about this just, it looks, even though this looks like a King of the Hill drawing, there was something about the art that just made me think, is this like something about this just made me think, is this like a really old patent? Or maybe I just looked at the number, right? Here, let's just take that, look at it in Google Patents really quick. So maybe the number gave it away, right? Because older patents will have lower numbers, right? So let's search that in Google Patents really quick. Is this actually a thing? did I do that wrong? 6009555. Is it like 555, like a fucking phone number where the last 5 digits isn't real? Okay, so that's not the number. But I also see, like, this comma. So I think this is a fictitious patent, maybe? Or maybe, I don't know what I'm doing. 60555, and there's a B2. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Why is there a B2? Because it's not American? Yeah, because I have like a JP, right? And then, yeah, Japan. Okay, anyways, so I don't know. Examples of dependent device claims. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 1, wherein said eye shield member is adjustable with respect to said headband member. 3. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 1, wherein said visor member and said eye shield member are secured to said frontal portion of said headband member by a set of rivets. Examples of dependent device claims. Continued. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 2, wherein said headband member is made of neoprene fabric. 5. A headgear apparatus, as in Claim 3, wherein said headband member comprises a continuous bead of sealant material. Okay. Example of independent method claim. U.S. patent number 6635133. 6,635,133. A method of making a ball comprising forming an inner sphere by forming an outer shell with a fluid mass center, forming a plurality of core parts, arranging and joining the core parts along the inner sphere to form an assembled core, molding a cover around the assembled core. Example of a... Oh, this is a method claim, got ya. Example of a dependent method claim. 2. The method of claim 1, further compromising molding non-planar mating surfaces on the core parts, wherein the core parts comprising the meshing the mating surfaces. Okay. 3. The method of claim 1, wherein the forming of the inner sphere comprising freezing a sphere of fluid. 4. The method of claim 1, wherein the forming of the core parts comprises compression molding the core parts. Wrapping it all together. When you write a claim, you want to introduce all of the components and characterizations of the components that are necessary for the invention to work and for it to be different than what is already in the public domain. Try something like this. Letters represent either components or characteristics of the components. Try something like this. Letters represent either components or characteristics of the components. 1A. Insert title comprising A, B, and C. Wrapping it all together continued. The invention of claim 1 further comprising D, which is insert connection relation, to the invention of claim 2, further comprising E, which is insert connection relation. The invention of claim 3, wherein D is insert a specific characterization. The invention of claim 4, wherein E is insert specific characterization, wrapping it all together continued. Notice the dependent transitions. When you are adding a component, you use further comprising and then explain how the component is connected to the relates to the component already introduced. When you are further describing something that has already been introduced, you use wherein. When you are adding a component, you use further comprising and then explain how the component is connected or relates with the components already introduced. When you are further describing something that has already been introduced, you use wherein. So wherein is a back reference, and further comprising is a forward reference, kind of. Okay. One possible approach: focus on the inventive concept. What features set the invention apart from prior inventions? Identify fundamental elements. Omit unnecessary elements unless they are needed to distinguish over prior inventions. Terminology and interrelationships. Select broad terms and identify their relationship carefully. Claim, review, and revision. Remove unnecessary claim elements. Focus on the inventive concept. A claimed invention must be novel, non-obvious, and have a utility. A patent is not a marketing brochure. Understand what the invention really is. What are the advantages of the new design? Is there more than one inventive feature? Identify fundamental elements. Understand the disclosure of the prior inventions. What have competitors previously done? Conduct a patentability search to find the potential claim elements. What is the target? Alternative embodiments. The disclosure of prior inventions may be helpful in developing alternative embodiments of your claimed invention. Claim drafting. Cost versus coverage. How much can you afford to spend on claims? Independent in excess of 3 equals 105 per microentity. Total claims in excess of 20, $20 per microentity. Claim fees for small entity are double microentity, not just at time of filing, but during prosecution. What is your desired patent scope and state? Broadest possible valid claim, longer prosecution. Claims with range of claim scopes, high claim cost. Claim review and revision. Too specific may not be valuable. Invention. Too general may not be patentable. Claim is too broad. Invention. A vehicle comprising a frame body, a first and second front wheel, and first and second back wheel, aligned and spaced from the first and second front wheel, each wheel rotatably connected to the frame body, a seat connected to a frame body, and a removable top portion made of cloth connected to the frame body. Okay, so they're basically saying the claim is too broad. Both of these kind of describe the same thing. And also, not only is it too broad, but let's say that this prior art did not exist. Let's say the prior art did not exist. Well, that's a little bit too general. Oh, okay, see, that's in the too general. I was thinking of the not valuable because it could also be describing this piece of shit. But, okay, but no, that's actually describing not patentable because it describes the prior art. Okay, so that's a nice example. Claims may be overly specific. Great, if this is already too general, I don't want to read the overly specific, but let's try. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Claim 1. A vehicle comprising a motor, a yellow frame body including a plurality of hinged doors, a first... Yellow, right? Okay, so they're bolding the things that are way too specific. A first and second... because like a Formula 1 car doesn't have doors, for example, right? You just get on the top of it. A first and second front wheel and a first and second back wheel, and aligned and spaced from the first and second front wheel, each wheel rotatably connected to the frame body and made of rubber. A seat connected to the frame body. A plurality of glass windows connected to the frame body. 2 red lights connected to the frame body. 2 metal bumpers connected to the frame body, and a removable top portion made of cloth. Okay. Craft dreaming dues. Consider drafting your specification first, and then your claims based on terms used in the specification. Think about what legal protection you want for your invention and tailor your claims accordingly. Look at the claims and patents issued in your field of technology. Particularly point out the distinctly claim the subject matter regarded as the invention. Review and reconcile both the specification and claims, making necessary additions and connections so that the claim terms find support antecedent in the specification. Check for antecedent basis issues within claims. Ensure that dependent claims further limit the claims from which they depend. Okay. Claim drafting caution. Do not use claims covering multiple statutory classes of invention. A widget and method for using same. Do not use non-standard transitional phrases, which may raise questions of interpretation. Do not use terms inconsistently between claims and/or specification, e.g., visor member, visor section, removable visor portion. So do not use terms inconsistently. Okay. Do not refer back to only a portion of another claim in a dependent claim. The widget of the apparatus of Claim 1. Do not refer back to only a portion of another claim in a dependent claim. The widget of the apparatus of Claim 1. Okay. Do not use a dependent claim to remove or replace an element from the previously presented claim from which it depends, e.g. the vehicle claim of 1, where the removable top portion is not removable. Okay. And so there's a strict hierarchy going on here, is what I'm seeing. Claim drafting cautions. Do not use functional language that is unconnected to the structure or steps that perform the function. Do not use terms in the claim that are unsupported by the specification. Do not use trademarks or trademark names in the claims. Instead, do not use trademarks. Hook and loop fastener instead of Velcro. Do not use language that merely suggests, makes optional, and thus does not limit the claim. Avoid using negative limitations unless clearly supported by the written disclosure, specification, and drawings. Okay. Summary. You should now have a better understanding of the questions you need to answer before claiming your invention, the format and structure of independent and dependent claims, possible methods of drafting your claims, and a little thank you. Okay. So that's kind of useful. We'll just, I'm going to make a note here to help me remember this a little bit easier. I'm going to say, I'm going to call it Red Book. Okay, so I'm just making a note of how I'm going to remember how I'm going to remember this this little presentation. I mean, I've already made shortcuts for it, but the thing is that, you know, how am I really going to remember what this is called? So, you know, there's this bright red here, so I'm just going to call it the Red Book in my shortcuts, because I think that'll make me be able to find it a little bit easier, because I definitely have the strong visual of what that is. And we'll go with that. Okay, so what were these drawings? Oh, is this the ladder? Well, that's not what it was. What the hell? I'm gonna guess that maybe my session expire. Like, what is this all about? You know, we had this before. What's going on here? So I don't know what that's about, because now everything's like blacked out. Non-final rejection. I don't know why that's all blacked out. Let's we could search the number again. I'm gonna guess something is wrong here. I'm thinking of something timed out. So let's look at okay, let's just enter the number again. So we'll just paste it right there and we'll search it. I'm gonna guess that's some type of thing. I think some type of token, like I don't know what that's. I don't know if I'm not allowed to see that. I don't know. If it's, transaction history. Let's check that out. Expired patent 2016. Image file wrapper, is that called? Okay. Claim. So this is the most important thing. Okay, so I claim an apparatus for climbing over a vertical barrier comprising a body having a plurality of steps attached to an orthogonal said body having a width and a length to be disposable between two vertical bar fence elements, and for positioning said steps generally perpendicular to the plane of a vertical barrier. So are these line numbers 5, 10, 15, 20? Or is that just like, I don't know what that is. A top hook attached to end of said body, a horizontal bar attached at a bottom end of said body, generally orthogonal to said steps and having a length for abutting said two vertical bar elements, and a rotatable member rotatably attached to said body and spaced apart from said body by a pedestal. So, yeah, so every claim has to be a single sentence, and that's why they have these semicolons everywhere. 2. The apparatus as in claim 1, wherein said plurality of steps are attached by a hinge. 3. The apparatus as in claim 1, wherein said plurality of steps are attached by a hinge. I just read that again, didn't I? The apparatus as in claim 1, wherein said plurality of steps have a bracket attached between said plurality of steps and said above. The apparatus is in claim 1, wherein said rotatable member is attached by a bolt and a nut. The apparatus is in claim 1, wherein said plurality of steps have a bracket attached between a plurality of steps and said body. Apparatus is in claim 1, wherein the said plurality of steps are attached by a hinge. I don't know if I missed bolt or... The apparatus is in claim 1, wherein said body is generally a flat bar shape. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's interesting. What is this oath thing? Abstract. Let's see what the abstract is. Let's see how they sell their ladder. The present invention may be used for climbing over a fence or a vertical barrier. A body may have a plurality of steps attached orthogonal to the body. The body may have a width and length to fit between two vertical bar fence elements and to position the steps generally perpendicular to a plane of a fence. A top hook may be attached to the top end of the body. A horizontal bar may be attached at a bottom end of the body, generally orthogonal to the steps. A rotatable member may be rotatably attached to the body and may be spaced apart from the body by a pedestal. Okay, interesting. I don't know. Specification. So the specification is the thing I was wondering about. Like, what the hell is the specification? And this is kind of like your intro thing, right? Yeah. Portable ladder, background of the invention. So what are these numbers? 3 things? I don't know. They're different they're paragraph numbers. Yeah? And, the little numbers are line numbers, maybe? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, okay, so those are definitely, okay, so we got paragraph numbers and then we got line numbers. Okay. This invention relates to, I do like that style. I'm all about number and stuff. This invention relates to an apparatus of climbing over a fence or vertical barrier. The new portable ladder may have a body that may be hung vertically over an upper horizontal rail or a vertical bar fence and fixed in place between two vertical bar fence elements to allow a person to climb over the fence. Paragraph 2. Use of a ladder to climb over a fence or a vertical barrier may be known. These ladders may be generally vertical ladders or step ladders. Also, rope or suspension ladders may be used to climb walls from windows or climb over objects such as fences. However, these devices may not be compact or rigid for ease of transport and stability in use for climbing a fence. Summary of the invention. The present invention is directed to apparatus for climbing over a fence or a vertical barrier. A body may have a plurality of steps attached to an orthogonal body. The body may have a width and length to fit between two vertical bar fence elements and to position the steps generally perpendicularly to a plane of a fence. A top hook may be attached to a top end of the body. A horizontal bar may be attached to a bottom end of the body, generally orthogonal to the steps. A rotatable member may be rotatably attached to the body and may be spaced apart from the body by a pedestal. 4. These and other feature aspects and advantages of the present invention will become better understood with reference to the following drawings, descriptions, and claims. Okay. So my mind kind of wandered while I was reading that. So, and then it's like when we have these drawings, like where are these numbers referenced? So we got all these numbers. We got like 50 different numbers, yeah? So when we're looking at those 50 numbers and we have the claims, is that in the claims? Like, does the claims look at all those numbers? So those are the claims. But where are... Oh, I see. Multiple pages. Okay, so if we do this... So there's those claims. Now, where is the... So here's the drawings. Now, is there a description of what these numbers are? This is the only thing in here. So, okay. So is this in the specification? So, oh, okay, so there's other pages here. 34. So I don't really understand why there's all those numbers, but I don't see where they are. Now, luckily, I have non-final rejection, prosecution. So there's actually a... Okay, so I don't really, so I think that might be enough to understand, but, I'm kind of confused why there's not, like, all the numbers aren't really described. But, I don't know. I think I need to, like, take some pictures and kind of, like, put something together and, get back to this. So I think what I'm going to do is I have an actual product, so I'm going to take pictures behind a white background, and then I'm going to like see if I can maybe apply a filter to it to create like a drawing. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I think I'm done for today because it's like 8 hours and 20 minutes, and you know, I've been looking at a lot of stuff. I have a good idea of what's going on, but I think I'm done for today. Yeah, this was just supposed to be, you know, the quick thing that I would just, you know, I'd do it in the morning, and I'd just get it out of the way. Yep, just quick, just, you know, really quick. Let's just write a fucking provisional application on a napkin. All right, we're ready to go, right? Yeah, not so much, right? Okay, so I'm going to stop streaming, and then I'm going to upload this to YouTube. And, yeah, later.